Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to a Q&A stream. Today, we are going to be answering any questions that you might have, and I'm going to do my best to answer them, to answer any questions you might have. You might notice we have commands over on YouTube now, which is cool. But you can ask questions from either Twitch or YouTube. So if you have a question, !ask in the chat, plus your question, and it will show up over here. What's up, Opti? 2 plus 2 is 4. Quick maths. Free consult. Yeah, what's up, Kasaelian? Did you ask your question from yesterday? Because that would actually be a pretty fun one to explore. But yeah, !ask with your question. It'll show up on this website, vox.coding.garden. If someone in the chat asks a question and they don't use this command, please let them know. Please help me out. And if someone in the chat asks a question that is frequently asked, if you could link them to like the exact section on the frequently asked questions page. We need to get a bot going that can like auto link to a specific question, but things like what theme do I use, what font do I use, what keyboard do I use, how do I search the web with the ! commands, what do I think of React, different stuff like that. So all of those questions are answered on frequently asked questions, so definitely take a look at those before you do ask a question. And like I said, if somebody asks one that is frequently asked, please help them out in the chat. Can I get a mod over here? Are you the right Murdoch? I guess you're subbed. Why not? We're just gonna assume that it is you. Yay. What do I think of React? I'm not answering that question. Also, I might go put a hat on. I like styled my hair last minute. I'm gonna put a hat on. I don't like the way my hair looks. I swear they're old. Thank you. Thank you for the prime. Yeah, thank you. Vox is not loading. It might have crashed. But I'll be right back. Ooh. Oh, thank you, Curious Drive. Yeah, usually when my hair is a little bit longer, it's easier to style, but right now it's not. All right, let's get into it. Welcome in, everybody. Also, you can set your team badges, your flags, your pronouns, your status, all of that you can set on YouTube as well, and on Twitch. Actually, I think this will happen with the chatbot. Yeah, so I had to code this into the chatbot because YouTube messages can only be 200 characters long. So I split the message into 3 to get it to show up. And you can also set your pronouns there. Cool. Let's get into it. So if you have asked a question, type ! here. It'll bubble up. And I'll try to answer it. Your name is like that because that is a user handle. Here, I'll pin this message. YouTube handles. This is a new thing on YouTube where you can set your handle, kind of like a gamer tag, instead of showing your full name. Learn how to set your handle here. But if you go to that support article, you can go to your user dashboard and then set your handle. It'll take about 30 minutes before it starts showing up in my overlay, though. Okay, first question comes from America 2050, who asks, when doing the daily programmer challenges, you then take a look at chat code and they share a gist. Wouldn't it be better to use something like JS Fiddle? That way, we not only see the code, we can see that it actually works. Sure, yeah, I'm not opposed to it. Um, yeah, we haven't done a daily programmer in a while though. Um, the thing is, we need to share a link to like executable code. Actually, you know what would work is either Code Sandbox or StackBlitz, because what I learned recently is StackBlitz and then uses a technology called web containers, and then recently Code Sandbox released some open source packages that do a similar thing, but they're not exactly web containers. But what's amazing is when you spin up an environment, this is not spinning up like a virtual machine in the cloud. This is literally running Node.js inside of your browser, and there's like a terminal here, and but this isn't an actual PC. Like this is there's like this JS command for interpreting commands, but like if I actually run something, Node.js is literally running. So StackBlitz is super. I used to be under the assumption that StackBlitz was actually what do you call it? Actually spinning up like a container in the cloud that you were connecting to, but all of this is happening inside of your web browser. So something like this would be great because you could write your code here, console log the output, and then I could pull it up and run it. So yeah, we'll do that in the future. Thanks for the suggestion. All right. Kush Alien asked the question. So this is the one that they asked yesterday. Yeah, let's and also I'll link to StackBlitz really quick if you haven't gotten to it. We're gonna get right into some consulting. So I'll say this: if you get a job as a consultant, essentially you are people come to you to build software, and you tell them how you would do it. And one of the first things you need to do is you need to make a plan for how you're going to do that thing. Like somebody's not just going to pay you money to do the thing. You need to come up with a plan for it. So let's pretend that Coding Garden is a consultancy, and Kush Alien has come to me with this thing that they want to build, and I can help them figure out how they're going to build it. Let's just pull this in locally, and then we'll kind of start to break it down. You have $2. Yeah, you don't have to pay me. But if anyone else has some spare cash, feel free to donate in honor of Kush Alien. IOU app. All right, here we go. Let's get into it. David, thank you for the bit. See, David paid for Kush Alien's consulting session. Okay, so they say, how would you create an app that tallies together IOUs and debts so that it could be deployed and used by me and my friends to track expenses on dinner, parties, and groceries, etc. I really don't want to do auth since it would make the app much more complex and the use case is really small and concentrated. I would like it to be deployed and easily accessible through a phone or direct link. Now, I guess a little bit of clarifications. So I've read your request, but I have some things that I want to know about your request. So you say that you want it to be easily accessible through a phone or direct link. Does that mean you want a mobile app? Or would it be okay to be a web app? Do you want it to be not an app at all? Because I know you did mention like SMS, so like purely SMS interactions. So like something like you could send a message with a certain format that says, I owe you $20, and then you get a response that says, I've logged your $20 IOU, or something like that, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, but the thing, so I realize that they say no auth, right? But what they really mean is they want a seamless user onboarding experience, right? So these are, I guess I'll also write out what my assumptions based on your prompt here is. So you said no auth, but yeah, what this really means is like seamless user onboarding. Passwords are cumbersome. I guess that's just it. Passwords are cumbersome. You don't want to have to type in your password. every time you want to like send an IOU or something like that. So a web page is fine. So you want this to just be running on a web page. Doesn't have to be a mobile app. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. Is you basically could do auth via SMS, and you essentially get like a code to whenever you need to log in. Moshiko, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. I don't know about mobile though. Yeah, so you could, it could work as a web app. And that way it'll be accessible on a phone, but also potentially accessible on on desktop. Yeah, so I mean, you could talk about like there are existing payment platforms, right? Like there's Zelle, there are what do you call it? What's the one existing platforms. There's Zelle, Venmo, PayPal. All of these are ways of sending and receiving payments, but you'll notice that's not exactly what they want to do. They want to tally up IOUs and debts, and once their IOUs and debts are at a certain point, then they want to be able to pay for them, and maybe even pay for them in installments or something like that. Yeah, Cash App is another one. But as far as I know, all of these platforms don't provide a way of tracking debts or IOUs. These are only a way of instantly paying someone, right? Yeah. So is that accurate to say, Kush-Alien? Like basically you don't necessarily want to collect the payments. You want some place that keeps track of what payments need to be made. Yeah, and then I guess we could also put something on here, constraints, which are and David, thank you for the gift. Yeah. Yeah, I think like that's another thing to think about, right? Because if you do OAuth through phone number, and you accidentally put in the wrong phone number, someone could get access to your stuff. But I think that's the thing. Like, we could build this app with no payments, right? And like basically the MVP here is to keep track of IOUs and debts. We actually don't even have to deal with payments at all. It just keeps track of it, and then you can handle those payments via some other third-party provider that you've already signed up on, and then there would be a way for the person that you sent the IOU to say, hey, they've paid me back, so they don't owe me anymore. That kind of thing. Because I know, like, I think pretty much everyone is already jumping to, oh, we need payment processing, we need everything else. Like, we could really simplify this idea where it's basically just CRUD, create, read, update, delete of IOUs and debts, and you essentially have debtors, the people that are in debt, and then the people that are owed money, right? NFC would be like tapping phones against each other. So I've never heard of Splitwise. So this is the other thing that you would do when you're consulting with someone is like market research. So what exists? So these existing payment platforms are out there, but I'll just say provide payments, but don't have a way to keep track of IOUs. But yeah, in terms of market research, we want to find, is there an app out there that lets you do IOUs and stuff like that? So somebody's mentioning Splitwise. I've never heard of it. Let's look it up. Expenses with friends. Keep track of your shared expenses, balances with housemates, trips, groups, friends, and family. Yeah, you borrowed, you lent. This kind of seems like what you want to do. But this is like a full-fledged app, right? So like they very likely have like a full user onboarding flow, and then once you're in the app, you have a way of like sending a link to a friend so that they can join your group. Because that's the other aspect of this is you essentially have groups of friends that you want to keep track of expenses with. Well, that is one aspect. Like that's one potential solution, right? You have groups that you are keeping track of expenses with. Or you could have individual people. IOU just stands for I owe you money. So in here we have the domain info. It's like abbreviation. So like IOU stands for I owe you. Like I owe you money. Harry and Lloyd's accounting, yeah. um, so yeah, I think like the Web NFC API would potentially allow you to like tap your phones against each other to like exchange information or something like that. I owe you, you owe me. So Lakey says we do that at uni. Pick a project, research and compare with existing solutions, check what you can drop or improve to create a better product. Yeah. I mean that's all. Like all of this are kind of the first steps if you're really trying to build an app of some kind, because, uh, you're basically starting a company at that point, right? Like you're going to be competing with Splitwise, and are we ready to do that? And if we're not, then we need to figure out what we can do better that Splitwise can't do, or whatever else. So let's let Kush Alien look at the Splitwise website. You tell me, Kush Alien, what is this missing from what you want to do? And let's also look up Splitwise alternatives. So there's a lot of lists and apps out there that you can just type in alternative and they'll try to give you examples. Yeah, so and I think that's another thing to mention. Yeah, it's totally fine if something exists, but if you're trying to build something useful and you just want to build it, that's totally fine too. Yeah. But Settle Up, I haven't heard of this. Sounds similar. Group expenses. Sharing expenses with friends. Yeah. Apparently this is a pretty popular idea. What else? So we looked at Splitwise. Simple bill splitter, probably not. Split app. Share expenditures across vacations, traveling, and group gathering. And I think that's another. So Onyx on Twitch is saying, is this to be an open source or free alternative? That's another thing you can consider, right? So like I think everything we've looked at so far is closed source, right, and costs money. I would guess. Let's make sure. I don't want to speak wrong. But like Settle Up is an app that's on the App Store. They don't have a link to GitHub or anything like that. I think similar thing with Splitwise. These are software as a service companies. If you potentially want to build something and make it open source so that anybody could host it and not have to like pay fees or whatever else, there's Splitter app too. Yeah, there's so many. So this is a very crowded space, it seems like. But again, you would only care about that if you were trying to like really start a startup. If you were trying to start up, what is this called? Splitster. Cool. And then Musha said Splter app. What's up, JFellyWeb? Welcome in. Group expense splitting made easily. Cool. You gotta start that startup. I don't know why my editor makes all of Markdown italic. I should fix that, huh? What's up, Braderson? Welcome in. Okay, so I think here's the other thing though, is like when you're looking to build this thing, you would potentially research these other things to see like what is their user experience like, what's the onboarding flow like, that kind of thing. Because it seems like one of your major constraints here is you just want to share this with friends. You want it to be super simple. But I don't. So, and like a lot of people, like I think a lot of people's gut reaction to this like app idea was, well, you can't. Like you're gonna need auth. It's gonna need to be complicated. But yeah, the market is saturated. But is the open source market saturated? I think that's the other thing. Is is there anything out there that is open source and lets you split expenses? So SplittyPie, easy expense splitting. Just Split, an expense splitting app written in Dart. So this might be Flutter. Let's see what we got. SplittyPie.com. Easy expense splitting. Create an event, add users and their expenses. SplittyPie will calculate who owes who and how much exactly. It's free with no sign up. Look, they did it. They did it. Kush Alien. And it's open source. And so it's super. It would be interesting to see how they do this. Yeah. So you're basically creating an event. You add the participant. Let's try it. Test event. We're gonna add Kush Alien, and we're gonna add Codex, and we're gonna add America 2050. Create. Yeah, so we get like this unique ID, and then after we've created it, we now have all of the users, and then we need some kind of transaction. So how do we? Yeah, here we go. Down here, I was missing it. Oh, what's happening here? Let me fix my green screen really quick. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Is it's probably likely that if you know this ID, you can. Oh. Yeah, when you go here, you get to choose who you are. But essentially, knowing that ID completely opens up who can use it. Give me a second. I need to fix my blue screen. Some weird stuff is happening. It's going to get really bright for a second, so shut your eyes. I will tell you when you can open your eyes back up. Ready? Now. Okay, you can open your eyes again. So I have a light on the floor. I forgot to turn that on because it gets rid of some of the shadows over there. So yeah, somebody probably already typed this in, but okay, you can add your first transaction, and then buy lunch. And then this was $20 today. Divide the cost of amongst all three. Cool. Now, here's the thing. This is solely focused on splitting one transaction across multiple people. What you're saying is you basically want this. Yeah. So you want this similar idea, but you also want to be able to say a simple IOU, so from one person to the other. But here's the thing. So I realize that, and I guess here's the other thing. I'm not trying to say you shouldn't build this thing. I'm just trying to find existing solutions because I think we've learned a lot by looking at this. Because this could basically be the user experience that you create, because then there's no auth, right? So basically you go to the app, you create an event, and then now you have a unique URL you can share with all of your friends. And I think the one thing that you would add is, instead of just transactions that everyone splits, you could add you basically, instead of a transaction, you put right here an IOU. So instead of choosing transaction, you basically choose IOU. And then instead of divide the cost among, you can say from to. So who's borrowing the money from the other person? Why is no one paying me? But I think we learned a lot here, and here's the one technical piece that I'll tell you about in order to how to get an experience like this, because this is essentially a unique ID that, if you know the ID, you can get access to this thing. So basically, this is treated like the secret that everyone knows in order to get access to a specific event. So I can talk about how you would implement that. Are more people adding? Yeah, there we go. Codex, give me money. I see. Yeah, and exactly like Sam Strife is saying, and I think we've already kind of touched on that. Like, um, if this offers what you want to do, then just use it. Also, it's open source. We can see what it's built with. It's built with Ember. Fascinating. Ember is a thing. Uh, um, the framework for ambitious web developers. So that's cool. So if you want to fork this code base, you could learn some Ember, or you could just like start writing it yourself. But I think the one piece here, let's talk about like the actual like. Okay, so now that we've done our market research and we've already decided, hey, we know there are existing things, but we want to build our own because we essentially want to not just have splitting, we want to have IOUs. We want to keep track of like, hey, you paid for lunch or you lent me $20. We want to keep track of that so that way I can remember how much money I need to pay you back. That's basically our why we're we'll say this is what's missing in the market. Simple IOUs. We'll just say like IOUs, not splitting, just IOU from one person to another. I think it's mainly what missing. And also, simple creation with no auth. Yeah. All right, Kushalian. So, exactly. So you have some kind of hash that you're going to share here. Yeah, so you need a way to mark them as paid, and I guess so. That's the other aspect of this. Yeah, so IOU stands for I owe you. Like I literally owe you money. So, you might go to lunch with a friend and then they pay for it, and you're like, I owe you. A lot of times people will write an IOU like on a piece of paper or something like that. That I owe you money. Yeah. Figure out which tech stack it isn't built with and use that. I mean, use whatever you're comfortable with. I own you? No. But so in doing this with like no auth, what that would allow someone to do, and you can decide whether or not you care about this, is because all three of you have full access to this thing, any one of you could mark the IOU as paid, right? And that might be something you want to avoid. Like, I mean, ultimately, this is probably going to be used amongst friends, right? So you're probably going to say, I should probably turn on dark mode, but you're probably going to say something like, I trust you to not mark. It's the honor system. It really is. But you could potentially also implement this in a way where, when you add you create an invite link, and that person signs up, gets a unique user ID, and then also can set up a unique password. Though at that point we're doing auth, so you might as well just do like regular auth. But yeah, welcome in, Mr. Evergreen. Glad to see you. Let's try to do like a sequence diagram. Of, do we want a sequence diagram? Yeah. Some kind of sequence diagram of like what the onboarding experience would actually be like with this authless thing. A share link that only has read access and a link that allows editing. Yeah, so you could have two different ones, and basically you could have one further token. So this unique ID represents the event, and then you have another unique ID that represents you have write access, and another unique ID that represents read access. And depending on which one you load, that gives you read or write access. So yeah, very doable. First of all, let's talk about okay, now let's talk about technology. Generating random IDs. There's a lot of different ways to do this. UUID or GUID is probably the best way to go. This is the main one, right? Isn't it UUID? Yeah. If you have a question, do !ask so that I don't lose it. Yeah, and I think that's, I mean, but the issue is with this one, in this current setup, with this one unique link, every action is not unique, right? Every action is, no matter, you don't know who actually performed it. So I guess if you were to create unique links for every person you want to invite, now they have a unique ID, and when they perform an action, you can keep track of that. But that would be one way to do it as well. Token for the event, token for the user, give the right user the right token, and they can't auth this another person. Yeah. Okay, so UUID is one way of getting a unique ID. And you typically want to use something like UUID4. But if you use a library like this, this is going to give you, it'll be able to generate unique IDs, and these are like almost guaranteed to be unique and very hard to guess. There's also other packages like NanoID, and this gives you things that look a little bit closer to SplittyPie. There's also a thing called a snowflake, and I think Discord pioneered that, because if you look on Discord, like every message and every user has like a unique snowflake ID. Yeah, and then CUID is a collision resistant ID. But this is saying this package is insecure. Use this one instead. Collision resistant, which means you don't want to generate an ID that already exists. But of course, you would when you generate an ID, you would want to look it up in your database to make sure it doesn't already exist. But this potentially prevents you from having to do that. So this one says you need to generate this many IDs in order to even get a collision. Something like that. I'm actually curious, what does Prisma use? Because Prisma has CUID internally. Yeah, but I'll mention about this. This should be not guessable. So you don't want to use something like an auto incrementing ID in a database, because anybody that anyone that knows the ID can access or modify the thing. And then Codex is saying Snowflake is a timestamp seeded hash. Yeah. If you have a question, use !ask so we don't lose it. Use it. How can we? What is there a Snowflake library? I feel like Discord.js might use it internally too. Snowflake util? Snowstamp? What's a snowflake? A snowflake is a unique ID for a resource which contains a timestamp. To copy a snowflake, you must have developer mode enabled in Discord. Cool. Hashing concatenated usernames with salts should be. Yeah, I mean you could do any a lot of So you could come up with a random ID, or hash and salt some known values. The issue with that is if two groups get created that have the same usernames in them, they would potentially collide. I guess if you salt it, then they wouldn't collide, as long as you had unique salts. But that's the other thing to avoid. But at that point, once you have generated IDs, you can just start using them. So maybe I'll do this with a sequence diagram. I'm not as good at or a flow diagram. Yeah, something like this. user creates event. We then generate link with random event ID. We then user adds a participant. We then generate unique ID for participant. User shares invite link with participant. Participant includes event ID and participant ID. So basically we're like doing this flow here. And see you later, it's Joel. Okay, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Typically I try to only answer questions for people that are here, but if no one else has questions, then I'll potentially get to yours. So user clicks create event. It's going to be a very similar flow as this. So create event. They give it all the details. Potentially add. I mean, in this case, they're adding the users at the beginning. I would say you could do this later. So you could create the event without the users. That gives you a unique ID. Then you want to add a new participant. That gives a unique ID for that given participant. And you can then share that invite link with the participant. Now, the other thing you could do is when the participant clicks that link, you could also generate some kind of secret. So now that only that participant has access to stuff. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop talking about this. I think we talked about it for a bit too long, but you get the idea, right, Kushalian? I think you could go from here. I think I've given you a few things to look into. Let me know. Do you have any further questions, Kushalian? Because we'll move on, because I have spent like 30 minutes talking about this. So yeah, and I guess I didn't mention this, but all of this needs to be stored in a database of some kind, right? Because when a user goes back to this link, you need to be able to look it up via the ID to make sure that it actually exists. And then if we're appending some like other token or other secret ID onto here, then that needs to be in the database as well, because then like this could be a token with read access or write access or something like that. Kushalian says, think it's great. Yeah. Appreciate that, Domenico. Just playing that. Well, I didn't though. I stopped. So here's what we did. We took his problem statement and we tried to make sure that we actually understood it. We talked about the things that already existed, and then we talked about why he wants to do this. We found one that kind of does very similar to what he wants to do, and really that was good. Like he could just use this. He could fork this code base or create his own. But this actually gave us really good insight into the user experience, right? Like the idea of creating an event with a unique ID, adding users. They have the idea of transactions, but instead of transactions, we could add like IOUs. Line 25, missing in the market. Splitty pie? Oh, line 26. Simple creating with no auth, yeah. What is Mermaid, and when did you start using it, and why? Let's take a quick stretch. Mermaid is a syntax for creating diagrams. Mermaid.js is a library that can take that syntax and then render those diagrams. So this is like a live Mermaid editor. This stuff that I just wrote right here generated the diagram on the right-hand side. So basically, a lot of the syntax is fairly intuitive. So this creates a node with that text inside of it. Square brackets creates a node that is square instead of rounded. The arrow says this node will be pointing to some other node. The pipes say we're going to label this arrow. And then we specify another node on this line, and we use parentheses, which gives it rounded edges, and give it the text of that node. And then below that, we'll say B, which corresponds to this node, now points to some other node. And so that's just the syntax for doing flow diagrams. There's also syntax for doing sequence diagrams and entity relationship diagrams. So last week on Listed, we got some Mermaid going for our entity relationship diagram. They also have Git graphs. You can create pie charts. But what's really nice is you can take this text, put it in Markdown, and then a lot of Markdown renderers support this. So they'll just render the graph right inside of it. Yeah. UML. So UML is Unified Modeling Language. Mermaid could potentially generate UML. Yeah. But I'll show you this. Yeah. So let me push this up to the code base. And Retlab, thank you for the Prime sub. But now, if we look at this on GitHub,
JK, I got 5. Thanks. Please share the doc.
You got it, Kushalian. Thank you for the 5. I appreciate it. You did not have to do that. Here. But check this out. Now, look at that. It embeds the diagram. So this is super slick because you basically it's just source code. It's just in your Markdown. But when you look at it on GitHub, GitHub has a Mermaid renderer, which is pretty slick. So you can look at my answer there. All right, let's answer another question. Thank you for your question, Kushali, and hopefully that was useful. All right, if you've asked a question, type exclamation mark here, and it will bubble up, and I'll do my best to answer it. And Simon, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate you. You're new here. Welcome in. Welcome to the Coding Garden. And Nuke, thank you for the 6 months over on YouTube. Appreciate that. All right. Let's just talk about this for a second. Yeah, so Excavator says, have I noticed Feathers v5 was released yesterday? Yeah, so you can go look at the blog post. And I'm going to be building a thing with Feathers v5. How do I get to their blog? Blog. Definitely go check out the article by David, the creator, because it talks about the cool new stuff in Feathers v5. But what I'm really excited about is really good TypeScript support and the idea of schemas. And what's up, Robert Tables? Welcome in. Yeah. You're gonna make your own article, Drills? Glad to hear it. But yeah, check out this article because it talks about what's new, and it also talks about like some performance stuff. Like this is fascinating. Like so many people knock on Socket.io because, and I'm pretty sure it's because there was an article that came out a few years ago that did some performance testing, and it was like Socket.io is like super slow and can't handle that many simultaneous connections. Socket.io running inside of Feathers v5 can handle 83,000, was it requests per second? Yeah, requests per second. That's insane. When do you ever need more? I mean, I guess there are situations where you would need more than 80,000 requests per second. But for most of the apps that I've built, I haven't had more than like a few thousand. Yeah, it was written right there. I missed it. More than a few thousand like simultaneous users. So like, that's pretty slick. That basically Feathers under the hood, like it's built on top of Koa or Express, and it's built on top of Socket.io. But you write Feathers code that essentially just gets passed through Socket.io. But look at that, 83,000 requests per second. That's insane. If you care about that kind of thing. Also, check out the Q&A that we did with David, because he came on the stream a month or two ago to talk about Feathers v5. Also showed some examples. So the diagram doesn't show Socket.io on its own. True. You're true. I don't know what else to say besides that. So yeah, I saw it was released. I'm going to be building some stuff with it. So basically, the Coding Garden API that runs the Vox webpage and runs my chat over here is built with Feathers version 4. So I'm going to be migrating and mostly rewriting it with Feathers v5, and I have a lot more stuff coming for Coding Garden. So I want to have a dashboard where you can link all of your accounts. So you can sign in with YouTube, sign in with Twitch, sign in with GitHub, sign in with Discord, with Patreon, and then we can have nice perks that are shared across all of your linked accounts. So for instance, right now, if you're a GitHub sponsor, quick shout out to me. You can sponsor me on GitHub if you'd like to. Over here. But if you are a GitHub sponsor, right now you don't have access to the supporters only channels in Discord. But I want to have a dashboard where you can log in with Discord and then link your GitHub account, and if you're a sponsor, automatically add your role. That kind of thing. And then the other thing, hey, thanks for the raid. Welcome in. Right now we're talking about the future of Coding Garden. And welcome in, Finite. Glad to see you. What were you working on? Full stack hybrid mobile dev, adding a new complex feature. Nice, nice. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to the Coding Garden. I am answering questions. If you go to vox.coding.garden, you can see all the questions that people have asked. And if you do !ask in the chat, you can ask a question that I'll potentially answer. Right now, I'm talking about Feathers v5. Because Feathers.js is a really cool thing. It's a API and real-time application framework, and they recently released version 5. I'm on Twitch. Thank you, Finite. One of the really cool things in v5 are schemas and resolvers and validators. Basically, you define a schema that represents some entity, and then using Typebox or AJV or another JSON validator, you can now validate that schema, and then you expose it as a service and connect it to a database. So you define your schema once, and then you get a full CRUD API, create, read, update, delete, for that given schema. And they have multiple different database adapters as well. So if you look in their API, right now they have a Mongo adapter and then like a Connex adapter. But basically, you can get up and going really quick with Feathers. So you basically point it at a database, tell it what you wanted to do, and it kind of like does everything for you. But the idea with schemas is now you also have a full stack type safety, because once you've defined that schema, that same schema generates TypeScript types. Well, not generates. Well, TypeScript types are inferred from that schema, and then you can use those same types on the client side, which is pretty slick. But you can check out the blog post that David made on Feathers v5. I haven't used Sails.js, but I looked into it a long time ago. I know it's kind of like the Rails of the JavaScript world. I don't know how up to date it is, though. How do you get the DTO? So here's the one thing that people might not like about all of the schemas is it's a lot of code. I mean, you might call it boilerplate, but at the end of the day, you end up creating all of this anyways. And they are DTOs, they're data transfer objects. So basically, in your schemas, you have the main schema, which represents the database. You have a schema that represents when you're querying it. So for instance, you would have so this is using like type.pick, right? Like, so that's what Drills is asking. So basically, you have your initial schema that represents how it looks in the database, but then if you're just making a request for messages, you might want to exclude some properties. So they use type.pick to only choose the properties that you want. So for instance, if you have like a user object, you wouldn't want to expose the password whenever you're querying for users. So you would have a separate schema where you don't include the password property. And then same thing for like updates. So you would have, so these are all the query, and then you would have a separate schema that represents the data being sent to the server when something's being created or when it's being patched. So basically, you have to create a schema for every type of thing every type of request coming into your app or going out of your app. But once you've set up all of those schemas, all of the types flow through as well. So it is when you generate the app, you don't have to create it because when you generate a service, it's going to generate all of them for you. But once you have all of those schemas, they automatically get mapped to the REST endpoints or the socket endpoints. And since it's using Typebox, not only do you have like the schema which generates the type, you also have validation. Yeah. Yeah. If I end up answering the signals question, make a short out of it. Maybe. It probably would get a lot of watches. Huh? No worries, Yadasek. Thanks for tuning in. But yeah, check out Feathers V5. I'm going to be building anything with it. What I was talking about is I'm going to be building a Coding Garden dashboard so that people can log in with Discord, link their GitHub account, and then I can automatically add roles to them if they are a GitHub sponsor. Because right now I don't have my sponsors synced on Discord, and they don't have a built-in integration for that. So I'm going to be using Feathers V5 for that dashboard, but Feathers V4 is currently running the API that does that chat overlay and does the Vox app. So this whole thing is going to be refactored and rewritten in V5. And I'm actually going to do my best to write this in a way that it is usable by other streamers and people. Because like right now, Vox is just for me, but this seems to be a very useful tool with a lot more features than some of the other like Q&A tools have. Like the fact that you don't have to log in. You literally just send a message in the Twitch chat and it pops up here. The fact that you can do upvotes, you can do comments, and all of it is just based on Twitch chat and YouTube chat. This is pretty cool. So I could turn this into like some software as a service for other streamers to use for like Q&A streams and stuff like that. Yeah, and DTO stands for Data Transfer Object. I don't know if I mentioned that. I probably won't do it on stream because it's a lot of work and I want to actually get it done. So what I've been contemplating is I will potentially do co-working streams where I share my screen, but I'm not talking. Basically, I'm just coding like I would at a job, but I'm not explaining everything I do as I go. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So basically, I have some user caching. So your profile image, your name, and your badges are cached for 30 minutes, and then after 30 minutes, I'll refresh that info. But it'll pull all of that info into. I am extremely unproductive on stream. Like, look, we are an hour and 14 minutes in. I've answered 2 questions. Let's keep going. If you asked a question, type exclamation mark here. It'll bubble up. And I'll do my best to answer it. I'm going to do one more non-sub question. Well, I can't really answer this. So Want to See Magic asks, lately I've been having issues passing my exam that features PLC programming. So PLC is programmable logic controllers. I at least know that. Technology, programmable logic controller. These are typically used like in SCADA systems. So like power plants, water filtration places, nuclear things, factory thingies. But yeah, so I was wondering if I know anything about that. I don't know anything about it. I just know what it is. But I've never done any PLC programming myself. So yeah. Yeah, embedded engineering, essentially. All right, let's answer this one from Drills. This was from a few months back. And they asked the question, they started a new job, and they wanted to know, were they right to choose PC when the job asked if they wanted a PC or a Mac? I told them, if you're productive on a PC, great. That's fine. You chose a PC, that's awesome. Like, don't regret your choices. But then they said, I need to point out that I'll be managing a team and they all use Macs. Honestly, like it depends on what like in what capacity you're managing, right? So like, are you doing any kind of pair programming? Because if you're doing pair programming, it's a lot easier if everyone is on the same kind of machine. But not necessarily though, because you could use tools like VS Code Live Share where you actually don't have to be at the other person's machine. You get to see their cursor and stuff like that inside of VS Code. So that's probably fine. Yeah, I think you'll be all right. Like honestly, because I'm used to all operating systems. Like I use Windows as my media center PC. I use Linux to run some of my containers and home automation stuff. I use Mac to program on. I also use Linux for some of the IRL streaming SRT stuff that like I use everything. Like, I actually don't care. So in my situation, I would just use what everyone else is using so that there's less compatibility issues. But at the same time, these days you can use Docker containers. You don't necessarily have to be at the other person's computer. You can use something like VS Code Live Share if you're pairing or something like that. So I don't know. I think you're all right, Drills. And also, I guess this was a month ago, so like you can't turn back now. But I think you'll be all right. I think you'll make it work, because these days most tools and stuff are cross-platform anyways. So yeah, does that help? You have any other thoughts on that, Drills? Is it that like, and also that they hadn't used Docker before, so now you're getting everyone to use Docker? You gave them a 4-day lesson on Docker? Cool. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, that's the other aspect of Windows, the latest Windows, is you can use WSL. So you can essentially have like a Linux system if you really want to. So yeah. Cool. I think that's valuable. I think now that they're Dockerizing everything, it can be shared platform independent. So yeah. All right. If you asked a question, type !mark here. It'll bubble up. I'll do my best to answer it. And if you want to ask a question in the chat, you can do !mark ask followed by your question, and it'll show up on this page. Yeah. Diamond says, if I used Prisma, Postgres hosted on Supabase, Svelte, and TypeScript, what's my stack? I feel like a lot of people were calling this the hipster stack, but the term hipster is like, it's old. I feel like if you use the term hipster, you are showing your age. I guess, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that. But we could come up with an acronym. STP. The Svelte TypeScript Prisma stack. I guess. I don't know. Is that what you're asking, Diamond? Like, you want some kind of acronym for the stack? Says the hipster. I mean, like, okay, here's the thing. I've had my curly mustache for years. I think most hipsters have shaved their curly mustache off at this point. Like, this is who I am. It's not like some hipster statement, you know? It is pretty hipster though, yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's any, as far as I can tell, I don't think there's any known abbreviation. Yeah, Stone Temple Pilots? I don't know. Your question isn't removed, but if you have not done !mark here in the chat, then it goes down. So it's probably on the page. Yeah, see, it's here. You just have to do !mark here so that I can answer it. But I only do !mark here when I'm choosing the next question. So yeah, Diamond, I don't know of any abbreviations for like any kind of Svelte stack. Yeah. All right, Deadlock is asking the question, want to create a music server or room, how to do it? I haven't done this in over 10 years, and I think there's probably better technology for it these days. So by saying a music server or music room, do you mean you basically want like streaming music that people can tune into? Yeah, Icecast is the way to go. Like, if you're looking at any of the apps that have like streaming radio, almost all of them are using like Icecast or some kind of technology like that. But Deadlock, if you're in the chat, please clarify. What are you trying to do here? I'll be right back. Should TypeScript be part of the stack? Yeah, I think so. I want to create a room where anyone can join. And be hearing the music all at the same time. And do you want it to be a web page? there's a lot of different ways to go about that. First off, let's look at Icecast. So Icecast specifically is a protocol for streaming media. You essentially have one server that has like a playlist of MP3s or WAV files that it can be playing, and then it's now emitting that over a single stream URL that anyone could tune into. So there's like the Radio Android app. I forget what it's called. Yeah, TuneIn Radio. If you've ever used this app, you can search for radio stations that are like all across the world, and you can listen to them on your phone. It's not actually using radio. It's very likely using something like Icecast. So you could set something up like this, and essentially what you do is you would have this running 24/7 on a server. You would have all of your music files on that server, and then you would have some kind of playlist that you would want to point Icecast at. So like that's one way to do it. I wouldn't try to write it from scratch or anything like that, but that is one way to do it. The other thing you could do, especially if you want this to be like interactive, where like you have multiple people in a room and they can all chat and stuff like that, you might combine Icecast with something like Socket.io, so you can have messaging and real-time messaging on the page itself. You don't have to use Socket.io. Basically, the technology you want are WebSockets, because that gives you real-time like messaging. But the other thing is, if you're not going to use Icecast, you could do something like a synced YouTube playlist. So there's actually this Watch Together thing you might not have heard of. Yeah, W2G.tv. And this lets you create a room and then create a playlist of YouTube videos, and then anybody that's on that page gets to watch the YouTube videos together. So it essentially is using WebSockets behind the scenes, so that you have a main person who can control the play or the pause, and then everyone else that's on the page is synced with their player. So if they're like 30 seconds into the YouTube video, everyone else is also 30 seconds in. So you could also build something like that, and that would give you a more like social thing, where like basically you create a playlist out of YouTube videos, and then anybody can go to that page to like listen to that stuff. Play FM? I don't know about that. Podcast Smarter. Yeah. So that's another option. And then I'll just show you really quick WebSockets, because this is how you do real time. I mean, I think technically you could even do like peer to peer. Like I think you could probably use something like WebRTC, so that one user is streaming music, and then any other person that goes to that web page is downloading or like streaming that same music from the person that is sending that music out. All of the things I mentioned are everyone wants to listen to the same thing at the same time. If it's not everyone listening to the same thing at the same time, then you probably want some kind of media software. So there's, you can just look up, I think Jellyfin is that the open source one? Free software media system. So basically, you can have a server with a bunch of media files on it, movies, music, all that stuff. And then you point Jellyfin at it, and it gives you a web dashboard where you can navigate it. You basically get your media library accessible over the web, where you can just like stream any song you want. And Jellyfin is kind of like an open source version of Plex. There's also Emby. Yeah, the open media solution. I think you'll have to do some research. I think most people are choosing. Actually, I don't even know. They're either choosing Jellyfin or Emby. I actually don't even know anymore. Plex, you can technically self-host, but it is not open source, so some of the features are locked behind a paywall. But those types of software, you point it at a directory full of a bunch of media, and then it gives you a website where you can just click on any one of the songs or any one of the movies and watch it. Yeah, so that's the last thing that I'll mention. So that and then that is not synced between users. Essentially, anybody that goes there that has access to it can watch any of the media, but they're not all watching it at the same time. The last thing you can do is you can stream music in a Discord voice channel. I've never done this. I'm curious if Discord.js has tutorials on how to do this. Yeah, audio resources. Yeah. It's easy, says Drills. Yeah. So look at that. Create an audio resource and then play it. Where's this play function come from, though? Yeah, you could essentially create a Discord bot that, again, is you pointed out a directory of songs, and then it's choosing one song at a time and then streaming that into a voice chat channel, and then anybody that joins the voice chat can hear it. Discord.js/voice audio player. Look at that. So you could do it with a Discord bot. Basically, get everybody into a Discord server and then write a Discord bot that is actually like streaming specific songs into a voice channel. Yeah, Drills has it. Cool. So yeah, thank you for your question. Hopefully you figure something out from there. All right. If you asked a question, type exclamation mark here. It'll bubble up, and I'll answer the next one. Yeah. So Two Fox is mentioning. So any of those media library things I was talking about, those are video on demand. Essentially, there's a server somewhere with all of those video files, and then you can stream that video on demand. Eddie asked this a month ago. How do I find my cup on the table without being able to see it? Well, today I'm using a mug, so I can see this, but my blue cup is just blue. That's it. So it's hidden by my blue screen. All right. Bob has a question. I finally graduated with a bachelor's degree in computer science. I have quite a few projects in my portfolio, but sadly no professional experience. I've started applying for jobs everywhere. My question is, how long should I search for a job before taking an alternate route, like Revature or something along those lines? I have no idea what this is. The world's leading tech enablement firm? Technology talent development company? I haven't been in the job market for long, but it seems like everyone is sending me rejection emails. And first of all, yes, congrats. Congrats on graduating. You did it. You made it this far. Congratulations. It honestly might take a few months. And I guess like it depends on the degree program that you are in. But from my experience, a lot of universities and colleges don't really prepare you for finding a job. They teach you all of the stuff, but there aren't a lot of resources on like, I mean, it depends on the university, obviously, but the thing is, like, it can take months. It can take months. So ideally, obviously this is not actionable advice, because ideally you would have been applying for jobs 6 months ago, 6 months before you graduated, because a lot of companies have a long process for hiring. They have to sift through resumes and like they're getting a ton of applicants. So you might not even hear back from a company until like a month later. They train you and they get you a job. You sign a contract and they take some of your salary. Honestly, I would avoid this until you're like hurting for money. Like you have a bachelor's degree in computer science, you can find a job. You don't necessarily need a placement company. You can do it without them and make more money with that. Now, we're potentially also in a recession, or we're going into a recession, so it's possible that people are going to be hiring less. So you might also be feeling the effects of that. But I guess I'll just throw some numbers out there. Like, it could take up to 6 months to actually find a job. Now, I know for some people you don't have 6 months to find a job. Like you're basically like, you just graduated, you have loans to pay, you have bills to pay, you need a job now, but it can take a while. I would say just keep applying, like just don't stop applying, and also interview as many places as you can, because some places may not be your dream job, but it will be good interview practice. So yeah, and sometimes it can even take a year. Yeah. So it could take a long time, but now your job, right? Your full-time job now is basically finding a job. Obviously, if you have bills to pay, then you probably need to work a part-time job. I guess the other thing you could look into is like freelancing in the meantime. The issue with getting another job right now, or freelancing or trying to make more money on the side means you have less time spent applying for jobs and preparing for interviews and stuff like that. So it's a catch-22, but yeah, my advice is it's going to take a while. Don't lose hope. Keep applying. And yeah. Yeah. And I guess that's the other aspect is you should use your network. There are already multiple people in the chat that have that have said, "Hey, are you in the US? Reach out to me." So yeah. But yeah, what else did Bob say? Yeah, so try to start going to meetups. Yeah, and I think that like this honestly this is the hardest part because having a computer science degree, like your salary is going to be very decent, which means finally once you get a job, you're going to be making more money than you ever have in your life. So the next 6 months to a year might be very hard, but there's light at the end of the tunnel. But have faith, keep applying, keep practicing, and don't let the rejection emails get you down. That's my advice. And then also use your network, find meetups in your area. Meetup.com has meetups all over the world. I run the Denver Vue.js meetup, and we're just a bunch of tech enthusiasts that get together and talk about stuff. But yeah, networking is key, and I think that's the other thing is when you go to these meetups, literally just go to meet people. Don't go and just like ask people like, "Are you hiring? Do you have a job? I'm looking for a job." Don't even say that. When you go to these meetups, you are trying to make friends and connections, because eventually like friendships and like in those kinds of connections will potentially lead to jobs, but that shouldn't be your opening remarks. That shouldn't be the, I guess, like the only reason you're going there is to like find a job. You go there to meet people and talk to people, because once they know about you and they know your personality and they also potentially know your tech expertise because what you're talking about at the meetup, they might think of you when a position opens up or something like that. So yeah, mingle, make friends. That's what you got to do. So hopefully that helps Bob and anyone else out there that graduated recently. Keep applying. Don't fear the rejections. It'll happen eventually. Network. Those are the advice. Yeah. I think JS Nation would be worth attending for a fresh CS grad. Potentially, I think that's the other thing is you could go to tech conferences. This is potentially a way to network. I mean, honestly, any tech conference is going to have a ton of very influential people that are working at these various companies, right? So if you go to a conference to network, which honestly, most people go to conferences to network, you might actually find a job opportunity or find someone. So, yeah, I would say, sure. I would say it's not a guaranteed thing. Again, treat it like I just talked about meetups. Like, you're not going here to find a job. You're going here to network. You're going here to meet people, learn about the latest tech, and that kind of thing. But it potentially is expensive if your employer isn't paying for it. So, yeah. Yeah, don't try. What are you talking about? Don't hack my overlay. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of really influential people there. I mean, and not only like content creators, but also people that work at companies that are potentially in hiring positions or have a say over who gets hired. So those are good people to know. Cool. Eddie says, any Three.js streamer content anytime soon? I didn't plan on it. It would be fun. It's fancy. If you haven't heard of Three.js, you basically can do 3D graphics in the web browser. So it's pretty slick, but I haven't thought of anything that I might build with this. Cool. All right, I'll answer this one from Martin. Can you give me free tickets to JS Nation? My salary isn't that great. I think I broke pinning YouTube messages, but that's okay. I have no power over that. But if you do look on their website, they do have, I think they call it grants. There's a way, especially I think if you're like a student or someone that can't afford it, I think there's a way you can apply. Yeah, giving back to the community. Yeah, so if you scroll down to this section, you could potentially get a diversity scholarship, or if you're someone that wants to sponsor that, you can do that as well. So this is potentially something to look into. But yeah, I have no power over. I'm just an MC at JS Nation. I'm not part of the organizing committee or anything like that, so I have no way of giving you free tickets. But you could look into the diversity scholarship. They might even have discounted tickets for students or something like that. And also, they are going to have a remote conference as well. So the remote conference is, how do I scroll this section? I can't. Oh, it's a point and click. That's weird. And then now all of the text disappeared. Okay. The remote ticket is significantly cheaper than the regular ticket, but the remote ticket also does include remote networking. So they're going to have some kind of thing set up where people can actually talk together remotely and network. So if you can't afford the in-person ticket, this is potentially an option as well. Thanks for your question, Martin. I think did my app break? There we go. Jill says, "Are you going to any meetup or convention anytime soon?" Yeah, I mean we're talking about it now. I'm gonna be at JS Nation, so I will be an MC there, and I'm actually going to be interviewing some of the speakers for my YouTube channel pretty soon. I'm not going to announce them just yet because we're scheduling it, but that's going to happen as well. And then I run the Denver Vue.js meetup, so. MC, Master of Ceremonies, which sounds way more complex than it is. I am going to be introducing speakers and helping between the transition between speakers on a given stage. That's what I'm going to be. That's, at least as far as I know, that's going to be my duties. I think they're going to have multiple tracks, so I'll probably be on one of the tracks. Probably not the main stage, but there might be like some like Node.js tracker or something like that. And then I'll be in that room all day, making sure that the speaker has everything they need and then keeping people entertained between speakers. So yeah. The person that introduces the next thing. Yeah. And the thing is, like, I am not a joke teller. So I'm just going to try to keep people entertained. The organizer probably wouldn't like it, but I could do some live coding entertainment. But I don't know. Okay, but yeah, well, this is the wrong thing. I run the Denver Vue.js meetup. So I've been running this since I'm a co-organizer with Marlena and then now also Paige. But I've been co-organizing this since 2017, and I haven't put it on the site yet, but we do have an upcoming meetup on March 23rd. We're going to be doing lightning talks. So if you're in the Denver area, definitely reach out. You can submit talks at denver-vue.org. And also, I'd love to see you there, even if you don't submit a talk. But my thought for the next meetup is we're doing lightning talks, and it actually doesn't have to even be about Vue.js. It could be about anything technology related, or honestly anything. Like, you could give a lightning talk about raccoons. You could potentially use it as an opportunity to like practice speaking and stuff like that. Yeah. So yeah, I run the Denver Vue meetup. I also, if you're in the Denver area, there's the Develop Denver happy hour. I don't go to all of them, but I went to the last one. I might go to the next one. But this is a meetup run in the Denver area that happens once a month, where we all meet up at a bar and drink. You don't have to drink; you can just hang out. But I went to the last one. It was packed. Like, there were hundreds of people, and it was honestly really hard to even get conversations in because it was so packed. I think they moved venues though, so maybe there will be more space. But if you're not in Denver, you should look for similar things wherever you live to try to attend similar things. So yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, MC is Master of Ceremonies, basically the person that introduces each speaker. Yeah, if you asked a question, type !! here, they'll bubble up. Yeah, the happy hours are where the real smoozing happens. Sure. I guess if people are drinking, then potentially their defenses are lowered. They're more socially lubricated, so they talk more. Yeah. How do I know if my question has been read? I won't answer the question unless you did ! here so that I can see it, because any question that's gray means it was asked more than 5 minutes ago, and I'm only going to answer questions from people that are here right now. All right, let's do this one from Amasil, who asked an hour ago. Some tips on e-commerce implementation. Should I store my cart in the DB? That would make cart data easier to access, but would require an additional step to sync with the front end. Plus, Stripe requires payment intent to be made server side, so storing the cart in the database would make it possible to generate it on the page load when visiting checkout. And front end only solution requires to make a fetch call to generate it. You've asked a lot, and I don't know how to answer it. I think we need to potentially clarify a few things. So are you already using any sort of like e-commerce host? Like Shopify or WooCommerce or Magento? You're not. Do you have to implement it all from scratch yourself? Because that is a lot. Hey, thank you, Eddie. Appreciate the gift. I'm gonna turn slow mode down. Yeah, I guess I guess this is what you're asking. So basically, when you're on a website with a cart, so let's for example just look at Amazon.com. If I want to add something to the cart, it's possible to not store this on the server side, right? It's possible all of this is client side. You could potentially put it in local storage or something like that, but it's possible that like this is one big single page application. All of the cart is stored like in a Redux store or in Vuex or whatever technology you're using. But what that means is if the user visits the site in another browser, then they lose their cart, right? So like this cart only exists. I mean, I'm not logged in. If I were logged in, the way Amazon does it is they actually store your cart on the back end. So anything you add to the cart gets put into the database. So that way, if I log in on some other page or some other browser, my cart is synced. So that is a thing. I mean, you technically don't need login though, because you could create a cart ID in your database that is just like some unique ID. You store that unique ID in a cookie, and then now, like if I close this page and go back, I could read from that cookie and then pull that cart from the database using that cookie ID, something like that. Was it Learn with Jason was working on that? Let's shout him out. Well, I was like, I can't do. Wait, Codex, weren't you here before the Finite raid? That's funny that it's showing you as a raider. I guess you were watching both streams. Check out Learn with Jason. He does some cool stuff. America 2050 is mentioning that they talked about storing stuff in a cart. Yeah. So I'd like to, as a step to learn, if I always use ready-made solutions, that means I won't know how to do it. Sure, but I think there's a time for ready-made solutions and a time for like implementing things yourself, because e-commerce is tricky. There's so much involved, which is why a lot of people will reach for an off-the-shelf solution, so you don't have to write it all yourself. But I get what you're saying. You're kind of like trying to learn as well. But yeah. Yeah, so what Samstrife is mentioning is the client-side version of this, where all of this is in some kind of store. You potentially could also put it in local storage, but that means this cart doesn't exist until, like on the server, until the user checks out. So I think that's getting to your next point. Mr. TJ, thank you for the resub. Yeah. Stripe requires payment intent to be made server side, so storing the cart in the database would make it possible to generate it on page load when visiting the checkout. Exactly, because if you didn't do that, then you would need to send it all in one go. Essentially, when you click proceed to checkout, that would then need to hit your backend, send the entire cart object, so that way, and then you would potentially need to like tally up the cart, create the payment intent, all of that. So I think it does make sense to have it in your database as well, and you're kind of just going to have to deal with the syncing issues. Yeah. We used to stick hidden form fields to track purchases. Yeah, I think that's the tricky part is if you're not doing like server side validation of like the checkout and the cart items and stuff like that, you can do some weird trickery. So, yeah. Cool. Yeah, so basically stored in the cart. So when a user comes to your site, you could potentially generate some kind of anonymous user token. They don't even have to be logged in. You just have like a session ID, and then when they add something to the cart, you put it in the cart associated with that session ID. And then when they click checkout on your backend, you can query your database for all of the things in their cart. The other aspect of doing that is you have like the most up-to-date price information, right? Because if you're, I mean, I guess you wouldn't want to send a post request with all of the cart items and their prices to your backend, because that's where people could potentially hack it, right? They could change the prices before it gets sent. And if you're not validating or looking up those product IDs on your server-side checkout, then somebody might be able to pay $0 for a thing. So you definitely want to, on checkout, relook up all of the items that are in the cart so that you have the latest prices and then calculate the total from there. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing, and like why I'm so wary of like implementing this yourself is like PII or personally identifiable information is a big deal if you're storing it in your own database. So things like addresses, phone numbers, you can get in potentially you can get in a lot of trouble if you leak that information or if you're not storing it correctly, which is why a lot of these hosted e-commerce solutions like take care of that complexity. Yeah. I would imagine even Amazon doesn't straight up use a database. I think I would assume they do, because the fact that I can add something to the cart on my phone, and then if I go to my cart on desktop, the cart has the stuff that I added from my phone. That would tell me that they're storing my cart information in a database somewhere. But yeah. What about when you increment the cart? Do you call the API every click? Yeah, basically, think of your e-commerce store as a dumb interface into the database, right? So anytime you click increment, you're sending that to your backend. Your backend updates the cart amount and updates the total price of the cart. And then that gets reflected in the UI because you get the latest information about the cart. Yeah. Prepare for an audit, yeah. So you send the IDs, you find them in the database and get the price that way. Yeah. What's up, Limos? Welcome in. So my advice is, yes, store the cart in the database. You're going to have to keep it in sync with the front end, but you get a lot of added benefits from that. The idea that a user could access and manage the cart from multiple different devices. And also because of this idea of whenever you're creating a payment intent, you need to know what's in the cart and what are the prices. All of that can happen on the server side as well. So hopefully that worked. That helped, Amasil. That's how I would do it. But also I wouldn't do it because I would just use like Shopify or something like that. But yeah, cool. Glad to hear it. All right, I'm going to answer one more question and then we're going to take a break. So if you asked a question, type exclamation mark here. You got it. Yeah. So Nazio asked the question: can I explain the difference between Prisma and Zod, and how would you potentially use them potentially together? Yeah, let's do it. I think we're going to do Europe. I think we're going to do Europe right now. Yeah, I need to fix that, Mark. Some of the commands that I pulled in already have info, so it does it twice. But yeah. Imlim, I'm not seeing your question over here. There could be an issue. Wonder why the here command isn't working. I might actually need to fix that during the break because people on YouTube, we're missing their questions, so I might need to fix that. Uh, all right. Let's answer this question from Nazio. Explain the differences between Prisma and Zod. So first, let's define what each of these are. Zod is a schema validation library. What does that mean? Let's look at some examples on their website. So Zod, Zod allows you to. I guess I'll just write an example. I can't find an example. Zod allows you to do something like this. So you install the library, you bring it in, and then you can start to create some schema. So for instance, you could have a Zod schema that corresponds to some table in your database, right? So let's do, we were talking about a shopping cart. Let's create a shopping cart item. So we have a shopping cart item, and then we'll do z.object, and then we can specify all the properties that a shopping cart item should have. So it should have a product ID, and we'll say that this is a string. And then we can, so first of all, we're validating the type. We're saying that when we have an object that is a shopping cart item, it must have a product ID because I didn't do optional. If you do optional, then it'll make it so that it could be undefined. But if I don't do that, it needs to exist. And then you can add other validations like something like min of 10. So you know that all the product IDs in your system, and Mr. Dev King, thank you very much for the Prime sub. You know that all of the product IDs in your system are at least length 10, so you can add these other kinds of validations in here. You can also do, I think like refine, which lets you do like, that looks horrible. Why does my arrow function look like that? What's up, Alex? Appreciate you. This will let you do things like further validation. So like return some domain-specific validation on the ID, right? You can do things like this. And then what else would you have? Maybe you have like the title of the item, and then this is a string. Maybe you have the description, and this is a string, and maybe you have the URL, but Zod does have built-in validators for URLs, so that will validate that it has a protocol and the : / and all of that good stuff. So you define this validator, but now that you have this validator, you can validate objects against it. Yeah, I mean, you might have like quantity, and this is a number with a min of 1. Like you wouldn't have 0 in your cart, for instance. I guess you get to define that. But now that you have this validator, you can do a lot of cool things with it. So you can actually do, now that you have it, you can say parse, and then pass in an object. So if I pass in something and I give it a product ID of 42, this is going to throw an error because the thing that I passed into the parse function doesn't match my validator, right? So it doesn't have a title, it doesn't have a description or a URL or a quantity, and product ID I passed in as a number when I said it should have been a string. So this is going to throw an exception, but this will actually give you back the, wait, is there a parse async? I should be putting this in actual TypeScript code because I'm not getting any type completion, and I want to make sure that I at least have a working example here. Honestly, though, okay, I'm just gonna, we're gonna add Zod as a dependency. Actually, I don't even need to do that. Honestly, we should be using Dino. Let's create a file, the Zod example.ts, because with Dino, I think I can just run this file. Let's delete the package.json. Is Zod better than Yup? Yeah, we'll talk about comparisons in a second. Yup. Command not found Dino? I guess I don't have Dino on this machine. Let's install Dino. Not Dino.dev. Now, you don't need Dino to run this, but Dino is going to make it really easy to just write some TypeScript code and run it without a bunch of setup. So that's why I'm going to install Dino really quick. Installation. Here. Sick. All right, so now that we got Dino, we can... Oh no, did I lose my code? So with Dino, you can actually do something like npm Zod. I have clipboard history, but I wouldn't show it on stream because then you'd like see passwords and stuff. All right, can you do Dino run Zod example.ts? Command not found Dino. What? What? Do I need to add it to my... Why would you ever copy a password to the clipboard? Password manager. Dino was installed successfully. Manually add it like this. I can do that. Quit. How do I get out of Dino? Okay, now if I do Dino run Zod example, will this work? Sick. Sick. Okay, so now that we can easily run some TypeScript code, let's look at it. So first of all, I define my I defined my validator just like I did, but now I can validate it, and you can see that this is going to be throwing an exception because the thing is not valid. So we can look at the exception that was thrown, and it says invalid type expected string received number, and it tells it that this was the product ID. So it's validating this thing that I passed, and it's like, hey, you gave me a number, but you said it should have been a string. So we get an error there. And then for everything else, it says, hey, title is required, you're missing that. Description is required, you're missing that. So if we add all of the other things, so it's like title is coffee mug, and product ID is that, and description is code mug, and the URL is merch.coding.garden, where you can get this shirt and this mug. Oh, well, we're going to do the mug. Yeah, so then you can use those validation messages like in your front end, that kind of thing. And then quantity of 1. So now this should give me back the validated object, and it shouldn't throw an error. So if I run this code again, boom, it's like, hey, that's valid. Here you go. You can use it. And so is there an ad? It says it starts in a minute. So, and then from here, safely use this object. Put it in your database. etc. So that's how something like Zod and Prisma are related. You would first validate any data using something like Zod. And then once it is valid, then you could pass it into Prisma to put it into your database. Yeah, so there's a couple of other ways to do this. I would say look at their docs because... oh no, that's the wrong link. You just want to go to Zod.dev. Is anybody helping out over on YouTube? Yeah, thank you, Mark. Okay. What are we doing? Oh yeah, but there's some other cool things that you can do here. So this gives you a validator. Great. But if you're in TypeScript land, not only do you want to be able to validate things, you want to be able to use the type of this, right? So if I wanted to have a type for this thing that I described, I would, and I didn't have Zod, I would need to manually create an interface or a type, right? I would say, let's say type shopping cart item has a product ID that is a string, and it has a title that is a string, and it has a description that is a string. So I could go through and define this type, and then I could use this type in various places. But what's nice about Zod is once you've defined your schema, you can actually extract that type out. So you can say the shopping cart item will be z.infer type of shopping cart item, like this. And this is a type. Now, I want Dino to work here. What do I have to do to get Dino working? Like, I need Dino to tell me that this stuff exists. Dino init. Project initialized. Cool. Yeah, I might not have the extension. You're right. I didn't have Dino on machine. I probably don't have the Dino extension. Dino auto installs the dependencies whenever I run the code. Yeah, okay, so now we should be good. Beautiful. So this little thing, z.infer, is built into Zod, and then you pass in your schema, and that gives you back a type. So look at that. I instantly have a type, and now I can use those types in my code. So if I have a function like add to cart, I can say the cart item is of type shopping cart item. And then, I don't know, I will just like demo this out. So we'll say cart is an array of shopping cart item array, like this. And then when I add it to the cart, we're just going to push that item in. But now that I have these types, TypeScript can also help me out in my development workflow. So if I say add to cart and I try to pass in something like a banana, now I get a TypeScript error. Because it's like, hey, you said that it needed to be a shopping cart item, but it's missing all of these other properties. So it's using a library like this is multifaceted. Like TypeScript doesn't do the validation. Like technically, watch this. It's still going to put that in the cart. I do believe, unless the types are really strict. Yeah, look at that. So TypeScript actually doesn't care because it's just JavaScript. So even though TypeScript is yelling at me, when the code runs, it still puts that thing in there, right? What I potentially would want to do is I would want to validate this so that Zod would throw the error. So here I could do something like the parse async to get the validated one. So if I say validated is parse async with item, now if this throws an exception, we won't push it into the cart. So now when I run the code, it didn't push it into the cart because Zod has done, you'll see that the cart is still empty because Zod prevented me from putting that data in there. So Zod gives you runtime type validation, which you do not get with TypeScript. TypeScript is compile time validation. At compile time, we can say, hey, this is probably not going to work, but at the end of the day, it's just JavaScript, so it will work. So we combine that with Zod, so that way we get runtime type validation. So great, that's Zod. All right, let's talk about other libraries that potentially do this. SafeParse removes extra properties. I should probably use that. There's so many times when I don't use SafeParse. I do think, yeah, so they have a comparison. Honestly, I don't even have to do the comparison because they've done it for you. So if you look at this section on their website, there are other libraries that do a very similar thing. They basically give you schema validation and runtime type validation. So Joy is one that I used for a very long time, but it does not work as well with TypeScript. So the fact that I can extract this type right here is awesome, and I could do that with Zod. With Joy, the validation code would look very similar, but I can't get the TypeScript type out of it, so I wouldn't be able to easily do this without like duplicating some code. Yup, I think actually can extract the type because it was rewritten in TypeScript. So I think technically you can use Yup in a very similar way, but they talk about what it's potentially missing. There's IOTS, run types, and then OW. So definitely check out this comparison page if you're looking for like other, I guess I already shared that. If you're looking for other validators, the one that I'll show you that I know of because of Feathers is a thing called Typebox. And what's nice about Typebox is it's built on top of JSON schema. So you'll see that the validator looks somewhat similar, right? Because we have an object, we're defining what these types should be. It also has static type inference, so I can get the type back. But what's nice is this actually can give you back a JSON schema. And JSON schema, no, what about Typebox and HIV? That's what I'm going to show you right now. JSON schema is a standard for validating things using a specific type of schema that is written in JSON. No, exactly, Game Freak. That's how I do things. I just write it right the first time. Let's see if we can see some examples. But yeah, so basically this is a standardized way of defining an object where you say, okay, this is an object, this is its name, its description, it has these properties, and these properties are of this type. Like this is a very standard way to define things here. And JSON schema is supported in many different programming languages and environments. So right now, what we're doing is very JavaScript and TypeScript focused. With JSON schema, you could potentially like expose these JSON schemas in various types of clients that can like parse this like in a C# app or a Python app or something like that. You can basically, there are libraries built for those programming languages where you pass it this schema and then it can also do that validation. So that's one of the cool things about Typebox is you define your validator, which works very similarly, and you can get a type out of it, but you also get a JSON schema that can be used in API documentation and in validators and other programming languages. So Typebox is potentially another thing as well. And then from there, if you have a JSON schema, you can use AJV. So this is like the de facto JSON schema validator in the JavaScript world. AJV stands for another JSON schema validator. Basically, AJV is like this line of code here. So Typebox gives you these lines of code, and then AJV gives you this. But AJV doesn't have to be used with Typebox. It specifically just wants a JSON schema. So if you look at some of the examples, you have your schema, which you potentially could have written or generated with Typebox, and then you can compile that schema into an AJV validator, and then you can pass data to be validated into it. Yeah, so Typebox is potentially more portable because you're writing everything with JSON schema. Now those JSON schemas could be used in like Swagger or OpenAPI documentation. So OpenAPI is a standard for documenting APIs. And it uses JSON schema. So basically you define the endpoints in your API and you say, this endpoint will accept an object that has these properties, but you define that with JSON schema. Yeah, and so I'll pull up that benchmarks that somebody linked. AJV is potentially faster than um, Zod. Zod, I can't think. But yeah, if you haven't heard of OpenAPI, uh, this is a thing. So yeah, basically you define your API, but you can define endpoints, but then it uses JSON schema for validators. Yeah, so OpenAPI and Swagger are now one and the same. Yeah. Let's look at this article that was sent by, who was it? The Rugged Bear. Run type benchmarks. Operations per second. So Typebox is blowing everything else out of the water. Okay, so you have spec types. I haven't heard of that one. TS runtime checks. Haven't heard of that one, or Typia. Sort them by operations. Yeah, so Typebox is near the top. Yeah, if you care about performance, definitely check this out. In my experience, in the apps that I've built, I'm validating very simple objects, so I haven't had to worry that much about performance. But if that's something you care about, you can definitely look into some of the other libraries. But I mean, it's good to know Typebox is pretty near the top. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is and I guess what I like about Typebox, and I mean, I learned about Typebox from Feathers. So I was talking about Feathers earlier. They recently released version 5. And in version 5, they have this idea of schemas. So you define a schema that represents the data in your database. You define a schema that represents the data when you're receiving a post request. You define the schema that represents the data when you're sending it back from the database. You define the schema that represents when you're getting a patch. But then because it's Typebox, we can extract all of those types, and now we have a really good type completion for the client that's calling that backend. So yeah, check out Feathers v5 if you haven't. Feathers is cool. I really like Feathers. My chat overlay over here in the question answer website is built with Feathers v4. I need to upgrade it to v5. So OpenAPI and Swagger had a falling off. Oh yeah, I'm not familiar with all the drama or anything like that, but they are one in the same now though, aren't they? Or did they split again? Okay, that was the first part of your question, but it was still fun to talk about. Yeah, I think GPT has it. If you're looking for extreme performance, you shouldn't be using JavaScript. Okay, so they asked what's the difference between Zod and Prisma. So Zod, schema validation library, it falls in the same bucket as Yup, Joy, Typebox, but they all have their slight differences. Prisma is an ORM, or an object relational mapper. So Prisma is a library that allows you to make queries against a database in an object-oriented way. So if we look at the, make it a short, I don't have the energy. Maybe after the break. Remind me after the break. Remind me after the break, because I do need to take a break, and I just keep talking. Okay. So, let's look at the guide. A 30-minute short, yeah. I guess honestly we could have looked at the getting started, because that has some pretty good stuff. So yeah, and I guess what's nice about Prisma as well is it is mostly database agnostic. So the same code can run against different SQL databases, as long as you haven't done anything DB specific. Okay. Yeah, I didn't do the stretch or the hydrate. I need to take a break. But you can install Prisma, all of this good stuff, and then you connect it to your database. In this example, they're using Postgres. But one of the really cool things that Prisma gives you are, or is the Prisma schema format. So essentially, you define your database schema using this syntax. So like if you're familiar with SQL DDL or data definition language, this would essentially get converted into create table post with all of these column definitions. But you write your code this way, and then Prisma automatically generates that SQL DDL code for you. What it also does is it generates TypeScript types for you. So that's like the one piece of overlap between Prisma and Zod is whenever I generate the SQL code and the TypeScript types. Wait, what am I trying to say? Not whenever. So when I run Prisma migrate dev, it's going to generate the SQL code that would create these tables, and it's going to generate the TypeScript types. Those TypeScript types that get generated essentially would have overlap with Zod in the infer piece. So really, the only overlap is like this one line of code. Prisma does not have validators. So Prisma will just give you back a type that looks like this, but like we talked about earlier, a TypeScript type is compile time validation. It's not runtime validation. So that's like the one piece of overlap. But there are plugins for Prisma that will essentially auto-generate like your Zod validators for you. It'll use your table definitions. Like this says varchar 255, so the max length is 255. So if we generate a Zod schema from this, it's going to have a Zod validator that says max of 255. So like it basically takes into account all of your schema and your constraints, and then applies that to a Zod validator as well. So if you look at Prisma Zod, Prisma ecosystem, Zod. I think there's a couple of them. Yeah, there's Zod Prisma and Prisma Zod generator. But this will, based on your Prisma schema, automatically generate the validators. And you just add it, and then it actually creates a bunch of different schemas for you, because we've already been talking about this. Like when you're building a robust application, you don't have just one schema that corresponds to your database. You have the schema corresponding when the data is coming in, when it's going out, when it's being patched. So this library actually generates all possible schemas for each table. So whenever you're aggregating, you're creating, you're deleting, it has all of those schemas auto-generated, and then you can use those schemas in your app instead of having to define them manually. Let's see. Yeah, and even like Keasley, which is based on TypeScript, it doesn't have validators built into it. Like any validation that runs from Keasley or even Prisma alone without Zod would be database validation. Like basically, like if you define your schema well enough and you try to pass something in that doesn't match the schema, your database is going to yell at you, right? You're going to get a database insert error that says like title is the invalid type, or like it's not a number or something like that. But you want to avoid doing that. You want to avoid just like throwing random stuff at your database and waiting for it to throw an error. Typically, you want to validate it in your application code before putting it into the database. Yes, databases will throw errors if you have a schema set up, but typically you want to run it through a validator. Yeah, so exactly. Zod helps you catch it earlier and also prevents potentially command injection. I think technically the Prisma client is already preventing SQL injection, but by validating first, you're making sure that no weird stuff can get into your database. So typically you would combine Prisma and Zod, because Prisma gives you the database structure and the client for querying it. Zod gives you the validator. Yeah, exactly. So you want to, and that's the other cool thing about all of this is these Zod validators can be used on the client side. So you can validate the data in your client app before sending it to your backend, and then on your backend you validate it again because you can't trust that someone was using your client. But these schemas could potentially be shared. And then the ORM piece of this, which I haven't talked about, is how we actually query. And so this would be the SQL code that gets generated based on this schema. But let's look at querying the database, because this is the ORM piece, or the object relational mapper. Because once Prisma has generated the types in the client, then you can do Prisma dot table name, and it has all of these methods: find many, update, delete, various things like that. So it has an entire querying language that ultimately gets turned into SQL code. So you create a Prisma schema, it generates DDL. What happens if you update the schema, remove a column? That's the nice thing about plugins like this, because if you define your Zod validators manually, now those two things could potentially get out of sync, right? Potentially, you update your database schema like there's a migration, but then you have to go and update your validator. But if you're using one of these plugins, every time you run a new migration, the schemas get automatically generated and updated. So this is really nice because it would keep your validators in sync with your database schema. So that's it. That's all. Thank you, Nesso, for the question. If you remember, you said, can you explain the differences between Prisma and Zod? Zod is a schema validator. Prisma is an object relational mapper with type generation. So the overlap, I guess I'll put this here. The only overlap between Prisma and Zod are static type generation, or are TypeScript types. I was gonna say generation, but like technically Zod infers types. Prisma generates types. And then I'll say they can be used together. Can and should be used together. All right. I missed a bunch of chats, but I think some people were chiming in with some good info in here. Yeah. Isn't ORM still mostly used for SQL databases? Not NoSQL DB excluded. So Prisma actually works for MongoDB. Yeah, they have a querier for MongoDB. So you can technically use it with MongoDB. I don't know if they have other types of NoSQL databases, but at least Mongo. And BJ says Prisma is fantastic. Started using a couple weeks ago. Yeah. Sticky Greg says Prisma is great. Started building create the T3 app. Full stack type safety from a single schema is very nice. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's one of the. I mean, I guess we're not going to get into the differences between SQL and NoSQL, but technically with Prisma, you can basically turn your Mongo database into a relational database, because I'm pretty sure that it can do like related queries and like pull in related documents. They're not technically joins, but Prisma is handling all of that for you. Yeah. Do I prefer Zod above Jotai and Yup? Is Jotai a validator? Or do you mean Joy? These days, I prefer Zod. But also Typebox is cool. Yeah. Is Zod plugin support officially? No, it's a third-party thing. You can see it's created by Omar Dulami. This one is. And then this one is Quarter. So they're not from the core team, but you can see that they have quite a few downloads. You can look at their GitHub to see how well supported they are and updated they are. But most of these plugins are ecosystem plugins. Price is right? I don't know. I don't know why, but I like Prisma over Sequelize. I think it just seemed easier to implement and understand. I like Prisma over Sequelize because when I started getting into more complex queries and joins with Sequelize, things got really tricky and like didn't work as well as I wanted them to. And with Sequelize, very often your model, like schema definition, can get out of sync from like your actual database. I really like. I mean, I think one of the biggest things Prisma has going for it is the generation based on the schema, and then all of the plugins that can use that generation as well. Because then everything stays in sync. Because if they're not staying in sync, then you're constantly updating in multiple places, like the model, the diagram, the validators. But with Prisma and the ecosystem, everything just stays in sync, which is really nice. What OAuth library would I suggest for TypeScript? You're asking the wrong question. I guess maybe you're not. Maybe you're looking for an OAuth library that has really good TypeScript support, but it also depends on your backend. Because if you have an Express backend, then Grant is most definitely the way to go. But it has built-in TypeScript support, so it'll work with TypeScript. But it's written with JavaScript. But if you're not using Express or Koa, or you can see they support Express, Koa, Happy, Fastify. Like these are all the various things that Grant supports. But if you're using like Next.js, then you want to look at NextAuth. It's a complicated question. Depends on what you're doing. What's up, Urine Colo? Urine Colo, welcome in. I am about to take a break, but I'll help you out. So if you show up at the coding garden and you're like, what's that guy doing? Exclamation mark today tells you what I'm doing. Exclamation mark FAQ has the frequently asked questions. So if you have a common question, it's probably answered there. And exclamation mark dance will dance. Yeah, and then there's Auth.js, which is what we've been using in our SvelteKit app. It's very early days for Auth.js. There's various bugs. It's like who am I? What are the other commands that I ran? FAQs. Dance. I think it's gonna break on YouTube. Like the dance command, I think it would actually run, but there's no emotes. Yeah, there's no emotes on YouTube. Cool. Thank you for your question, Nazio. Hopefully that helped out. And I'll push this code up. Wait. Why is there benchmarks? Oh, it's a test. I was like, why are you calling? Wait, what? Oh, no. It is a benchmark. Fascinating. Cool. Yeah, glad. Of course, Nazio. Side note: I want to get used to using Deno for quick examples like this because look at this. I didn't need a TS config. I literally just initted it, and now we got some TypeScript code that actually runs, which is pretty slick. Good luck on installing Deno. Yeah. Here you go. Here are the notes that I took. And then the code is here. Interface over type comparison. No, I feel like there's way smarter people who have done a better job explaining this than me. Here, I'll search for Matt Pocock. Interface versus types. No. Interface versus type. My new advice: use whatever you like. This was from 2022. I don't know if that's the latest advice. Yeah, I mean, I could explain it, but I don't want to. I'm gonna let Matt explain it. And also, if you want to hear Game Freak's explanation, you can scroll down in chat. What's up, Golubchik? Welcome in. Let's take a break. I've been going for 2.5 hours. We are gonna do. We'll take a poll. Do we want to do some coloring, or do we want to? Actually, we can also do paint by sticker. We'll do the poll now. What to do? Do we paint by sticker? Do we color Europe? Color map of Europe, or do we open Pokemon cards? Cool. Welcome in, Golubchik. Glad to have you. You have. I don't know what any of these options mean. It's an activity. We're gonna do an activity. We're not gonna be coding for the next 15 minutes. Vote now. I think I can do the poll over on YouTube now too. Do you want which paint by sticker, color a map of Europe, or open Pokemon cards? Vote now. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Results are different. We're just gonna combine. We're gonna combine the results of the two. Yeah, we're just gonna combine them. The poll didn't go for very long on YouTube. I guess I don't know how to change the length of the poll. So YouTube, 2 votes for Paint by Sticker. Somebody vote right now. Vote for either Paint by Sticker or Map. Color a map of that. Hopefully we'll take another break before the end of the day, so we'll potentially do one of the other things too. Elios, or GPT 10,000. Thank you for the gift. ChatGPT. I mean, I'll take any gifted subs. Oof. Okay. Yeah, I had to go to the pure camera scene. We're gonna color the this atlas of the world. We're gonna color Europe. We get to choose which country we're gonna color. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I have a blue screen because this is the coding garden. There's quite a few plant and green things that happen here, so. Here we go. We've got the political map of Europe. Bolivia. Bolivia is not in Europe. I learned that last time. Bolivia is in South America. But I did get these erasable color pencils, which are pretty cool. Now if I make a mistake, I can erase it. Let's keep doing the Nordic countries. We're gonna do Sweden next. Do it with purple. Guess your country flag. It kind of looks like the Colombia flag, but if it's in Europe, I have no idea. Romania. I should have known that. Yeah, I cheated. I'm really bad at geography, which is why I'm doing this. All right. Thanks for the hydrate. Guess your flag? Lebanon. That wasn't a guess. I'm pretty sure. I think I remember it from yesterday. Why is that happening? Yeah, learning the flags was going to be a whole different thing. Like, right now I'm just trying to learn the geography. Is that the Turkey flag? I guess in a way, I think the thing is I have a very large European, I have a huge audience that's not in the US, so I should be better about geography and flags and stuff like that. Yeah, it's in Amsterdam, which is in the Netherlands. Here. Right? Welcome in, XTC now. Glad to see you. Oh, nice user. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I'll be at JS Nation in Amsterdam in June. Blend it now? I got a blending tool. I guess technically you're supposed to blend colors into other colors, but this also feels like it smooths it out a bit, so some of the heavier strokes get blended with the lighter strokes. I guess you can't see it on the camera, but it's pretty purple. What is South to North America has the biggest forest in the world and has this flag. Brazil. I mean, I guess you gave it away with the with the Brazilian flag, right? Well, these specifically are blending tools. I guess you're right. I need to look into more tricks for blending. Cotton would probably work. Sweden, nice. All right, let's do one more. I was gonna say we try to do the topographical ones, but it looks more complicated than I want to do. Yeah, I know the filling codex. I'm good at IT stuff too, but glad you worked it out. What should I call it? I guess we could do the Netherlands. It's a small one. So if you have a question, do !ask so we won't lose it, because right now I'm on break, but when I come back from break, I'll start answering questions again. What's up, Dina? Yeah, same thing. !ask if you have a question. When I come back from break, I need to fix the fact that YouTube isn't popping up anymore. Now point at Croatia. Oh, there it is. This one. I have no idea. Bosnia? Is there Independence Day today? Cool. Where's Bosnia? Next to Croatia. It's too small to be labeled on this side. There's no label for Bosnia here. Croatia encircles Bosnia. Oh, so this little buddy right here is Bosnia. Italy? What's up, M. Goldman? I'm taking a break. We'll be back to answering code questions soon. Point at Poland. Is that it? Yes. Yeah, I mean, not a geography lesson because I'm the one learning. But well, that's interesting to hear, Codex. Yeah, I don't have enough Linux systems to warrant something like that, but that seems pretty cool. Basically, you have like a local package cache. That one got away from me. That one got away from me. I need to What IDE is good for beginner in C#? Visual Studio Code is completely free. So yeah, and there are a bunch of plugins and tools to use. So here's the issue: the coloring pencils I'm using is erasable. So we're about to erase some of the color. Yeah, so Visual Studio Community is free as well, but you can do C# development just in Visual Studio Code. there are plugins and syntax highlighting for it and everything like that. Netherlands? Don't you want an actual ID for C#? It depends. I mean, like with .NET Core, I think all of the plugins for .NET Core work pretty well inside of VS Code. All right. That's it for today. We did Sweden and the Netherlands. Let's get back to it. Hello. Saying it's a good idea, but it's possible. I mean, I've done some pretty basic stuff. I mean, not .NET JSON API I built with inside of VS Code with C#. All right, back to the code. But there is one issue. I don't think the here command is working. I need to double check my backend code really quick, so give me a second. Would I recommend .NET for a beginner? Depends. Depends on what you want to do. I mean, you could definitely do .NET as a beginner, but I like JavaScript and suggest it. Exclamation mark flag with your 2-character country code will do it. If somebody wants to post the link to the repo with all the flags, that could help too. At the Libya flag. Cool. Ooh. Yeah, so if you look at that repo, you can also choose state, province, or city flags, depending on if we support it. And if we don't support it, you can make a PR to add it. So if you want more than just your, well, instead of your country flag, you can do like a state flag. That seems right. Okay to build apps without a framework. It is, but if you're working on a larger project or on a large team, you're going to end up building your own framework if you're not going to use some other framework. So. the answer means something since you're doing, yeah. Ultimately, the frameworks exist for a reason. Like they do a lot of the heavy lifting, or prevent some of the boilerplate, or prevent some of the things that we're doing all the time. Prevent us from having to rewrite the things we do all the time. So if you don't use one, you basically just create your own framework as you go. So. I think Bing will now be used more than because of ChatGPT. I think so. I think it's one of the main reasons they added something like that, and potentially added it way too early with all of the bugs and everything. I mean, it's only going to get better, but I think it launched too soon. But absolutely, like if you looked at the number of Edge downloads that started happening when they started, like to get at the top of the wait list, you just had to install, i.e. Microsoft Edge. Yes, I do think more people are going to use it because of that. But that doesn't mean it's going to stay that way, because Google and whoever else could release similar things, and maybe they'll gain more of the market share. Am I worried that AI will replace humans in 10 years? No, I'm excited that all of the mundane things I won't have to do anymore, because AI will do it instead, and I get to spend my time being a human and doing what humans do best. Do I think AI will replace software developers? I think it will replace some software developers. I don't think it will replace all software developers. And I think it will change how a lot of software developers do work. But at least in the next 10 years, I don't think it's going to be a flat-out replacement. Yeah, and Dr. Thu mentioned ChatGPT is very well known in education because everyone is worried about the implications for student cheating. And then I absolutely agree with what Game Freak is saying is the education system itself needs to evolve, right? Like if students can cheat using a tool like ChatGPT, then the assessments are wrong, the tests are wrong, right? You're testing the wrong thing, and you're not. And it's also revealing the flaws in our education system that are not testing actual understanding or actual mastery. They're just testing like rote memorization, that kind of thing. So I think it's a different problem to be solved. I think the assessments and the tests need to change. Because I mean, even before ChatGPT, like I was the kind of student that did everything I could to not have to actually do the work. And I mean, look at me now. Like I'm successful. I graduated high school and college. I have a job and a degree. But I did everything I could to find like for any given textbook, like in university, there's typically also like a homework answers teacher's guide and stuff like that. So like I would search the web to find and try and find the homework guide so that I wouldn't have to do the homework, because for me, I learned by going to class and then maybe doing a little bit of reading. Like for me, homework was always busy work and didn't actually help with my mastery or understanding. So I did everything I could to not have to actually do the homework. But you know, students are different. It varies, but I think the things we're assessing people on needs to be changed. Yeah. supposed to use work for a company that uses AI to prevent cis students from cheating, and I think it's honestly, I think it's the wrong problem to solve. Like, I don't think, sure, like, because there already are like plagiarism detection tools and stuff like that, and then like the next level of that is detecting, oh, was this text written by AI? But again, I think they're solving the wrong problem. They just need to write better assessments and better tests. I'll have to look at that in a second. America 2015. What's up, Nishark? Welcome in. It says, I'm honestly ready for the Star Trek Society where we can choose to work, otherwise everything in life is free. Shelter, food, water, entertainment. Yeah, I'm ready for that too. But the thing that is one thing that I am worried about is that because of capitalism and because of corruptness, we might reach a point, like, it's possible that we don't get to that, and we get to a point with there's extreme income inequality, and like the majority of people on Earth are all poor, can't afford to live, fighting for their life, and then you have like the elite class of like rich people that are either like born into wealth, or the technicians that can still have maintain jobs when all of the other jobs are gone. So I don't know. Okay. The site should be fixed now. I just realized when my bot spun back up, it literally responded to like every command. That's okay though. The Vox should be fixed now though. Is back end more complicated than front end? It depends. These days you can have some pretty complicated front ends, though. Wait. There we go. these days you can have some pretty complicated front ends, but there will be people that basically argue front end isn't complicated, but modern front end architectures can get pretty complicated. Yeah, so I started watching the X-Files 2 days ago, and I watched a bunch of episodes last night. And so the season 1 of X-Files is 1993, and the tech that they showcased in one of the episodes, it just feels like a crappier version of today. Like, they talked about AI. Everyone they had personal computers and laptops. They had smart homes. So it's like things are advancing, but at least these days things aren't as much different. I think we are seeing a shift now with the kinds of AI that are being released, though. But yeah. So it's not an extension; those are just pin tabs. So in Firefox, I think you can do this in Chrome too. If you say pin, then that prevents you from being able to close those tabs, and they all get put on the left-hand side. So all of those are just pinned. When am I starting Philosophy Garden? I kind of want to. I don't want to run out of topics, though. But it would be fun to get a few regulars from the chat into a Discord call, and we discuss these things. Yeah, so, and I think that's with the shift to complex front ends, a lot of the complexity of the back end was moved to the front end. Yeah. The first laptops weighed 38 pounds. I'm on, I couldn't see what you answered. What does that mean? But, basically, right click, pin. That's it. That's the answer. Pin tabs, yeah. All right, let's answer some more questions. Okay, I wanted to make sure that, because when my bot restarted, everything got marked as here. So if you asked a question and you want me to answer it, and you're here, because you're hearing this right now, in the chat, type ! here, and those questions will bubble up, like this. So Nick Tyndall asked the question, would love some more info about signals and their concepts around them, even if it's a learn along. Sure. Yeah. Let's jump into signals. Now, so the way that I first came across signals was actually in Preact. But let's show some code examples. Also, I'm going to stop the music now. What's the meaning of life? For me these days, it's just to avoid suffering, seek. To seek I don't know. But I guess that's not a meaning, right? That's just what we're doing with our lives. But I think that's what some people also kind of mean or want when they ask what is the meaning of life? What should I be doing with my life? And my answer is try your best. Try to be comfortable. That's about all you can ask for. Be nice to people? I don't know. Forty-two is the answer to the final question. Yeah, but we don't know what that question is. That's actually really true. Yeah. Because in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, they created a machine to come up with answers, and it came out with the answer 42, and they were like, well, what's the question? All right, so Nick is asking more info on signals and their concepts. So I first came across signals in Preact when we were working on FreshSpots. And they are reactive primitives for managing application state. So if you see the examples, what's really cool about a lot of these signal examples is that you see them outside of the context of a React component. And so I think signals can be used in multiple places. Like I think we can even do a quick example right now. If we do a signal.ts, and then I import this from npm, and then we run this with Deno, it should just work. Yeah, so like you'll notice that we are not inside of a Preact component. We're not inside of a React component. Signal is really just a concept for like working with data. But what's nice is there are hooks into signals for Preact, and also Solid.js, which we'll talk about. But you can see here we have a signal where we pass in an initial value. You could think of this like use state in React. Like basically this is the initial state value, and then you have it. And then if you want to use it, you can do .value to get the current value. You can increment it, and then you have the value there. But this example doesn't show that it actually can keep track of dependencies. So let's see. They track when their value is accessed and when it has been updated. Yeah. So it's very similar to a ref in Vue. Yeah. And I think the underlying mechanism is probably either like proxies or object.define properties. So the way that they're doing this is probably very similar to how they're doing it in Vue, I would say. Or maybe not. I could be wrong on that. But you can see the example here inside of what looks like a React component, but this is actually Preact. But basically, this right here is actually a dependency on that value. So anytime the value changes, under the hood, Preact is going to re-render because it knows that the value has changed. And you'll see that this is different than like use state, because with use state you would need to call set state, right? With use state you don't mutate. In this case, you mutate the signal, and then everywhere else can be alerted that something changed. And then like the other aspect of this is you can define them outside of a component. So and actually, yeah, so it's like use effect and use state all in one. And it's much simpler, and it doesn't have all the gotchas of effects in React, because in React, you can't put a use state inside of an if statement, or like basically the order that the effects and use state run in always has to be the same. So any sort of conditionals couldn't do that. Whereas signals can be created like anywhere and used anywhere. So like the really cool example that should hit home for a lot of React developers is the fact that you can basically define a state variable outside of a component. And then that variable could be modified anywhere. It could be modified in another component or in the store or wherever else. But because this component is using it in its render function, this component will re-render if the signal changes, no matter where it was changed from. So it's also kind of like a global variable that you could use in your app, where if you're using it in any render function, it will auto update if that thing changes. Yeah, so exactly, global without a provider. I think that's a great way to think about it, right? So it's like, if you've ever worked with the context API and the provider API, there's a ton of boilerplate, right? In this case, you literally define your signal and now you can just use it. And then the other aspect is, instead of defining it in the same file, you could define it in another module, right? You could just basically import it from another module, but because of the way the module resolution system works, anyone that imports that same module is going to get the same thing. So you basically define this signal in another file, and all of a sudden you have a global store, and you don't need provider, you don't need context. Yeah. So in React, if you wanted to do it normally, you would need to use the context and provider API. I guess I could show an example with the next travelogue. It's actually like really convoluted for the more complex examples. I guess it doesn't have to be that convoluted, but check it out. So initially we have a context. So a global single, yeah, you could think of, and that's one way to implement global state with this, is you create a singleton, and then anywhere you use it has the latest value, and anywhere you modify it, everywhere else is automatically updated. But so this is the context API. So we pull in create context from React. We create ourselves a context with our initial state and a dispatch function, which, well, I added the dispatch function because we combined this with a reducer. But basically this context, we use it to create a provider. So we say context.provider. Now this gives us a parent component, where any child component now can access that context. So the way that I use this is on the home page. All of the other components are wrapped in that context. So you have the travel log provider, and that means that any component below can now access the data or the methods from this context because it's the parent. And so that's the more cumbersome part here is you have to define the provider, define the context, and make sure that a component is a child of that. With signals, you don't. You just create them and use them. So that's the thing. Yeah. And I guess we should definitely mention Solid, because Solid is popularizing signals as well. And they have, similar to like use state, they have create signal instead of just like a plain old signal like this. So you create a signal, and it's the way that signals are working in Solid are like slightly different, because you're essentially getting back a getter and a setter. So if you want to use the value in your component or in an effect, you'll notice that we're invoking it. So by invoking it, that's like getting the latest value. And basically when the render function reruns, the get gets the latest value. So this is an example of an app component with Solid. We create a signal, starts off as 0. You can see in our render function, we're referencing it, but it's not. I'm curious why it's not invoking it to get the latest value. Let's see if we can find the signals section in the learn thing. Is there a way to just, solve? Click that button. There we go. So you can create your signals in your render function if you want to reference them. You do have to use parentheses to get the latest value. And then if you want to set it, that's just like the set state function in React. But they're not showing it in this example here, but this signal could be moved outside the component and it would work just fine. Derived signals. So and then this is basically how you do computed properties. But what's nice about this is double count will only ever update if count changed, right? So if you saw this same code in React, you would think that this basically has to run that double calculation every single time. But what's nice is this will only rerun if count has changed. Welcome in, Ananth. Glad to see you. All right, so let's look at, I don't know if Angular signals. Yeah, the thing is, like in Vue and Svelte, we don't even call things signals. We just define variables and then use them. AngularJS signals. So you could think of them like observable. So observables was a proposal that got rejected a while back. Do they still talk about it on MDN? But it's a similar idea, right? The idea is you want to know when a thing changed. So you I guess I don't know much about that, but that's the general concept. You want to know when a thing changed, and something like an observable or a signal or a proxy is going to let you know that. We'll take a look. What's a signal? Settable signals. So you can set it. Cool. Computed properties. Effects. Yeah. So that's the general idea. Like basically, it's application state without all of the weird gotchas like that you typically get like in React. And I say in React because if you're familiar and like used to like working in Vue or in Svelte, we don't have any of those gotchas. You just have a state variable and then you can use it anywhere. You could define it anywhere. You don't have to put it inside of a component. We've always been able to do that. Now, I don't know the technical details of how like a reactive or ref in Vue is different than a signal. There's probably some technical difference there, but I think from the developer's perspective, this is basically what it gives you. You no longer have to do all of the funky stuff with use state or even like the dependency array of a use effect, right? So, do we have like an example of effects here? Computed signals. Yeah, so they have computed, which can give you like a computed value. And then we potentially, like, I'm thinking of, yeah, effect. Okay, so there it was. So effect is kind of like use effect, but you can use signals inside of it. But you'll notice there's no dependency array. So, right, you can just use these signals inside of here, and this effect will automatically rerun if any of the signals change. But there's no defined dependency array, right? Cool. So, yeah, that's what signals are. And ultimately, I think they're great. They reduce a bunch of the boilerplate of like React use state and use effect. You don't have to manually define dependencies. It's awesome. It's awesome. Now, I guess I do need to learn more about like the technical details of it, because where my mind is going to right now is like, we've had this in Vue.js for years. We've had this in SvelteKit for years. We're finally getting it in React-like frameworks, so like Preact and Solid. And I think there's a way to use these Preact signals inside of a React app. But yeah. Basically, it's really easy state variables that automatically track dependencies. That is what signals are. Any other opinions in the chat on signals? But yeah, I can show you really quick like what a proxy is in JavaScript. Because basically it allows you to pass an object into it. So this object has two properties, message1 and message2. We pass that into a proxy, and now we can pass in a handler. And the handler has a few different handler methods like get, set, a couple of others. And what this allows us to do, this gives us back this proxy. And now if I do proxy.message, if I have a handler for get, that handler is going to run. The handler is going to know that I had a piece of code that accessed that property. So yeah, like this. So now that my handler defines a get function, when I do proxy2.message1, this is gonna intercept. This is gonna intercept the get and return world instead of message1, hello. But that allows us to keep track of things that are happening to an object with this capital P proxy. So that's potentially how they're implementing it. The other way that they might be implementing it is object.define property. Because object.define property, I think it has existed since ES6, ES5. It's existed for a while. Well, let's look it up on Can I Use. Object.define property. Look at that. You can use this in IE8 even. But object.define property allows you specify an object, you specify the property you want to define, and then you have some options. But these options can include a get and a set interceptor or handler. Yes, get, set. But the caveat of this is if you later add a property to this object, so if you say object1.new property, we're not tracking changes to it because we didn't define it with define property. Whereas with a capital P proxy, now if I say proxy3.message3, I can intercept that because it's a new property, even though it's a new property, and I can still do clever things with it. Whereas with define property, you had to define everything ahead of time, or when you add a new property, you specifically have to call define property. But these are two built-in ways in JavaScript of keeping track of when things change on an object. and it's what's used inside of Vue. I don't know if it's used inside of Svelte. I think Svelte's compiler is smart enough to just call the things in the right places when things change instead of having to listen for changes like that. But yeah. Yeah, use exclamation mark s. We'll talk about it. So yeah, that's right. I mean, I guess solid.js signals internals. I don't know. Can anyone point me to some documentation on like how are signals in Solid actually implemented, or how are signals in React signals implementation? Because I'd be curious if they're using proxies or defined property. I guess we could look at the source code. let's do that. So like, the fact that we're importing from Preact signals right here, we can go find this on GitHub. So if we go to the Preact repo, this is very likely a mono repo. Let's see. I guess it's not though. I'm going to look it up on NPM because NPM typically links to GitHub. Oh, so it's separate. It's defined over here in its own repo. And then packages. Oh, so they do have signals for React. That's pretty cool. So I guess I didn't mention this earlier, but Preact is a small alternative to React. So on the surface, Preact works exactly like React. If you look at a Preact component, it looks exactly like React, but it's a separate implementation that's a little bit smaller. And then they specifically added signals to it. But if let's look at the ones in Preact. How much code? It takes one TypeScript file to create a signal. Let's see what it does. So we have useRef, useMemo, and useEffect inside of Preact hooks. And then these are all being brought in from Signals core. So we might have to go look at that library. Create updater. Yeah. So Preact doesn't have context? They have context. Yeah, you can create context in Preact. I'm honestly not sure what's missing in Preact versus React. Does this have details of how he does it in Solid? Yeah, and then MobX was a thing used in the. I mean, I guess it might still be used in the React world, but they basically, it's like if you wanted to use Vue style state inside of a React app. Yeah, I would say you typically don't want to store images in a database. You store them on a CDN and then store a URL in a database. Yeah, it also doesn't go into the internals, but you're seeing right here, we have this defined properties, but that's putting it on the capital S signal prototype. I would expect to see defined properties on like the signal that you're creating. We might have to go look at signal core. So you can see that this is importing lowercase s signal from this library. Which actually I think is here. Yeah, we're definitely rabbit holing, but I want to show you that it's like my guess is they're either using define property or proxy, which allows them to track when something changed. And then when something changed, they use the internal mechanism of whatever framework they're working in to cause an update to happen when we saw that the change happened. So like in Preact, it would, or React, it might even call like force update, or maybe there's a better way of doing it. But basically, when it detects the change using either a proxy or defined property, it then causes the update mechanism of whatever framework it's working in. Add dependency. Ooh, there's a subscribe function. Oh. So they have a class signal. Are they creating instances of a signal? So they have a getter and a setter on the value. I don't know the implementation, but I think in Svelte, it doesn't need a listener because when it compiles your component, it puts the call to update the view in all the right places. So anywhere where that variable changed, it inserts some function that will call the update, so that it doesn't actually have to keep track of accesses and sets, because the compiled code is optimized to only call the updates when in the places where things change. Yeah, okay, so it's yeah, look at this defined property. We found it. Okay, so here it is. So in Preact, a signal in Preact, the value property, which is what we're accessing on. Let's look at it in the guide. Right here. So when you do signal.value, you are accessing the property that got defined here. And whenever you use it, so for example, like this line of code, when I do console.log, the instance of a signal.value, that's actually going to run this getter that adds a dependency to say that, hey, there's some piece of code that's referencing this, so we need to keep track of that. So when this variable changes, we can alert that piece of code. And I think in this example, there would be no node because it's just like in a console log. So basically, it wouldn't even keep track of this access because it's like a one and done. And then it returns the value itself. And then when we change the value, that's going to call the setter. And there's a little optimization here. If the value is already the value that you're trying to set it to, then don't run this code. But if it isn't, then you run this code, and you're going to notify any of the people that were essentially dependencies of this. And it's not the same as a proxy, because a proxy would allow you to intercept new sets of a property. Whereas with defined property, we're specifically only intercepting when they access the .value property. So, cool. All of this to say, Vue.js has been doing this for years. Honestly, all of the excitement over signals just feels like, like the Slowbro meme. It's just Slowbro. It's like, why did it take so long for all of these frameworks to do the logical thing that something like Vue has been doing for years? But I'm glad because now I don't have to work in code bases that are like littered with use effects and dependency arrays and use state and stuff like that. So cool. Those are signals. They're cool. And it's going to make front-end code much simpler, especially like React style front-end code. Yeah, no worries, Hugo Das. No worries. Overhyping ancient technology. I mean, I don't know. Look at the JavaScript output. Yeah, so when you click the button, I would expect, so it's going to run handle click, but then it's also going to run some update function that updates the DOM. So let's look at that. Where's the click? Listen. Context at 1. Where's listen? And then listen is like a internal svelte function that he uses. Like these are all like tiny little functions that help with the compiled code. Yeah, I would agree with that. Calling dot value isn't as fun, but amazingly, if you look at signals in Preact, they make it so that you don't have to do dot value. I think if you look at their examples in the component. I think this is a bit of a hack then. So they basically write this line of code here. So that down here we can do this. But they basically dereferenced it. But now this one line of code is the place. Yeah, it's cheating. It's like you put that at the top of your component, and now this component will update if count.value changes. Like technically what you would do is you would put count.value right here. Yeah. But I mean, but also this is what maybe not though, right? Because you didn't have to do count.value in this example. So maybe they have some kind of helpers that, I don't know. Yeah, it's destructuring it, but typically you don't want to destructure a defined property because then you will potentially lose the interactivity of it, or the interactivity of it. But here that doesn't matter because everywhere else in the code that's using it gets that latest value. I don't know. Did that help? Did that help, Nick? Nick, was that even useful? Did you learn some new things? What I would be interested in doing is I would want to use Preact signals in React, because that would really clean up some React code, right? So cool. All right, if you asked a question, type exclamation mark here. It's possible. Yeah. So if you saw in the let's look at Preact signal in React. Preact signals React. Here we go. React integration. That's it. Honestly, let's not move on. Let's generate a React app and use it. Because it's like, I have code to fix. Yeah, I think that's the other thing is like this will very much clean up any sort of like super nested not nested or like any like use effect with a ton of dependencies or yeah. It's just JavaScript. Why wouldn't they be usable together? Because in React, you have to tap into the rendering system and mechanism. So, like for example, when you call set state, so like you do use state, that gives you back a setter. But when you call that setter, behind the scenes, it is basically saying that the component should update. So you need some kind of mechanism to hook into that if you're using a separate library. These signals basically need to know how to tell React that it should update. Give me a React app with Vite. Well, not that. This. In Vue, Vue wraps and sets up watchers to re-render. Yes, that happens automatically. Yeah, it's honestly a similar idea in Vue, where basically because the template or like the render function references some ref or reactive, when that changes behind the scenes, it's rerunning the update cycle. All right, React. JavaScript and SWC? Oh, that's like the better TypeScript compiler, isn't it? Let's do that. Shorts remind. What was that? What would I do the shorts on? Zod versus Prisma? I don't feel like it. I know I should, but I don't feel like it. Macaroni pizza pie, thank you. Thank you for the gift. Yeah, I think because we were talking about Prisma versus Zod earlier. I don't know. I just need to convert. I guess that's the idea. Is like you want to convert people to your longer form content. So I create a short and I point them at this VOD. And I'm like, hey, I talk about this in more detail over here. I don't know. Coding Garden is basically like a secret club. You had to be here to know that it happened. If I was better at like marketing, I would do way better about making stuff more discoverable. But I don't know. Let's get a React going. Cool. We have a React app with Vite. Let's install Preact Signals React. I don't know, Hugo. And actually don't even know how to track it, like track the number of conversions. So I honestly, well, actually, it's not short form, but one thing that I do see is when I post one of these devlogs, the corresponding VOD on the archive channel gets more clicks because the in screen on these videos I link to the full VOD. So. Let's go. So in our component, wait, didn't I choose TypeScript? Oh well. Let's basically update this count example. So by default, it's using use state. Instead, we're going to define count like this. And now, instead of having to call set count, we can just do count that value plus equals 1. And then hopefully the count gets rendered out there. So this is it. Now we're using signals instead of use state. That's too easy. Let's make sure that this is really doing what we're saying it's doing. Because honestly, this is a game changer. Why aren't more people talking about this? Like, you can literally use Preact signals inside of your React app. Wow. Yeah, throw another button. Let's do it. So, and then the other thing, what's nice is we don't even have to do count.value. We can actually just reference count. But I think if we do count.value, it would still work. I don't know what I just broke. We could bring in effect, I think, and then say count has changed to, and then pull in count.value. And Cruis, thank you for the donation. Appreciate that. That's a super chat over on YouTube. You're too kind. Wrecked. All right, now we'll know for sure if this effect actually runs. Look at that. I am curious why it broke when I added 2 buttons, though. Maybe it's just the styles. Yeah. I think it has auto refresh. I just didn't trust it because I changed too much. I love this too, Nick. It's like, why would you ever use state again? Okay, but here's the real demonstration of signals. First of all, move it outside the component. It should still work, and it does. Next, let's move it into let's call it like store.js, and then we'll move this signal and this into a separate component. We're demonstrating signals. And so I can just define this and then say export like this. So we're going to export count. And then now over here, I can import count from the store. Still works. So now this is basically like our global store. We define all of our stuff over here. We define our signals, etc. And then we could literally import this into any component, and it would just work. I guess that's the next demo, right? Is you have a two different components that access the count. Yeah, and so I was talking about how, and so that's our next question is, yeah, can they be objects? I think so, but then it gets tricky, right? Because if you do some object dot value, is it able to track the changes? Yeah, so and it works without value. That's the one cool thing is in your render function, you don't have to put dot value. I do think in like the effect, if you don't put dot value, you're going to see the object wrapper. Yeah, so you see the object wrapper that has all of the internals if you don't do it here, but in the render function, it's smart enough to pull in dot value. Yeah. Yeah, I guess this is the other thing. If we create a computed, and then this is just count.value times 2. And then we display the double right here. The other thing is this computed property should only rerun if count.value changes. So here we'll say updating double. So every time it changes, we're updating double. But what's nice is if we have some other state update, I don't know, let's just say name. And this will be a signal that is a string. And now we can import the name signal from the store. And let's say we have an input. Oh yeah, I called it out. I'm pretty sure I did, unless there was another one. Yeah, thanks again to Cribus for that. We can say value is name, and then on change, we can say name dot value is event dot target dot value, and we'll pass the event right here. And then we'll have a nice little h2 that says name and then the person's name. Oh, we'll reference it like that. Okay. This did not do what I expected. This is not good. I guess honestly, because I'm redefining these computeds, I probably, if I define this outside, I would hope that this only reruns when count changes, because right now it was rerunning when the other things changed. Yeah, so this is better. This effect is still running, even though even though name is changing and count isn't changing. Honestly, do we have to do some weird things where we combine this with like use callback? Yeah. That's okay. So they don't talk about that in their example, but basically, I don't want to redefine this thing multiple times. I don't know if that's the right way to do it. Maybe I need to look at their docs a bit more, because computed was changing on every render, and we don't want that. We only want it whenever its dependencies were changing. But what if you pull it out of the component? That should work too, but you're just going to be in a scenario where your effect needs to be inside of the component. But welcome, raiders! Oh, it's been too long, Kitboga. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, welcome in. Glad to see you all. Hi, Boga hey, Boga hey, Boga hey, Boga pecan. Welcome in. Yeah. Shouts out to Kitboga. Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in, raiders. We are writing some code, and also I'm doing a code Q&A. So we're close to 4 hours into a code Q&A. So essentially, people are asking questions. I'm answering their questions. Right now, we had a question from Nick, who asked about signals. So if you're in the world of JavaScript, signals have gotten really popular lately, and so we're explaining signals. But you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do something more fun than this, because we're kind of in the weeds right now. We're in like a React app. We actually, so if you are a coder and you're familiar with this kind of thing, you can actually use Preact signals inside of React app. All right, so I'm gonna set a timer. I'm only gonna talk about this for 2 minutes because I realize, for a lot of people, it's way over your head, but after 2 minutes, we're going to do some more beginner-friendly stuff. We'll answer some more beginner-friendly code questions. But, okay, so if you know React, you know that when you want a state variable, you have to use state. And this essentially gives you the value and a setter function when you want to update that value. And it's honestly kind of cumbersome, because every time you need to change the value, you have to call this function. And then there's also like use effect. It gets really tricky. Signals are a concept that basically allow you to define your signal and then use it inside of a component without all the rigmarole of like set state or use state or anything like that. So the example we showed here, is you can actually define a signal in a totally separate file. So we're pulling in signal from Preact. We have a count signal and a name signal. And then now you can pull that into any component, just like you would like context provider or like global state. And it just works. So inside the component, you can see that all we have to do is modify it, and then we can reference it. And it works. So like we literally have a state variable defined in some other file, but we can easily access it in our React component. So those are signals, but they're getting popular all over the place. So Solid has signals. Angular is introducing signals. Yeah, we're gonna stop talking about it. It's way too complex. Let's do something beginner friendly and fun. We could build like a super basic website really quick with vanilla JavaScript. Yeah, it's a potentially a way of doing global state management, but you also can just use it right inside of a component. What did Drill say? What did Drill say? Yeah, honestly, let's do something. Yeah, we should do something Kitboga themed. Because Kitboga has rated us before, and again, thank you so much, Kitboga. You're way too kind. And in the past, we've built like a fake netstat. I think I published it on NPM. So you know how when scammers get onto so I published this a while back. Let's see if this still works, honestly. But you know how when scammers get on your machine, they're trying to tell you that, oh, you have viruses on your network, and they tell you to run netstat. We built our own fake version of it that will just spit out a bunch of funny devices. So like MacBook Pro, I mean, not yet. So HP printer, Bluetooth microwave, Amiga. So you could potentially alias this fake netstat command for the regular one, and then it would do that kind of output. And what else have we done? I feel like we tried to build like a fake bank login website. I think it really got away from us. And then wait, was there a spoon on the? There's a spoon on the network. Um, so I mean, I've seen I've seen on his stream when they run Netstat. Yeah, I've seen that. But let's do what's some stuff that Kip Boga's been working on lately. What's like I want to try to come up with like a super simple clone of something that Kit uses on stream. But I'm gonna try to make it very beginner friendly and show you how show you the code. Because we've built like a fake gift card redemption page. Like I just showed you like how to do styles and stuff like. Oh, a fake virus skin. I kind of want to do that. I kind of want to do it. Okay. Yes, let's do that. And we're gonna make it. We'll make it a desktop app too. We can make it a desktop app with Electron. Yes, yes, let's do it. Okay. Let's make a plan, and then I'm gonna set a timer. Fake virus scan. Yeah, this is gonna be good. And the Devereaux, thank you for the upgrade. Appreciate you. Yes. All right, let's talk about what we want this to do. So we want, it's going to be a desktop app. It will show scanning for files. And David, thank you for the gift. Appreciate you. Kiboka says that'd be amazing. Nice. Yeah. So this should be fun. I don't know if anyone wants to send me a screenshot of like virus scanning software. And Nick, thank you for the gifts. Because we could try to implement the UI of some other virus scanner. Yeah. Okay, but give me ideas in the chat. Like what's going to show in the virus scan? Obviously there's going to be like a click start, and then we start scanning for viruses. Clone Windows Defender. So yeah, we need some kind of progress bar. And David, thank you for the gifts as well. We could come up with a bunch of funny things to say that they were detected. Yeah, like beans. Show a bunch. Okay, so like show random file paths that are being scanned. Yeah, and then like ultimately we'll have like the results screen that lists out viruses found. Yeah, can of bake. Oh yeah, well I guess I didn't show. My stream has changed a lot since the last time Kit Boga rated. This is the coding garden with all my stuff. But yeah, baked beans is a meme on the stream, so I have a baked bean candle and stuff. Okay. Cancel button, air raid siren, beeping sound, just beans. I think we'll start super basic just to like get it up and going. So you click start, and then it has a progress bar. It's showing a bunch of random files being scanned, and there's a results screen with a bunch of like funny virus names or different things of what it found. And then I guess we could add a button for bean mode. I don't know. But it's going to be a super basic app. That's basically all it does. Okay. Yeah? All right. Let me just find like a screenshot of Windows Defender. Thank you, David. Thank you for the bits. I don't use Windows Defender, so I don't know the... Is this the latest one? Windows Defender scan animation. Like this? Is this what we're trying to replicate? Or... yes? Yes? Looks about right? Yeah, this should be fine. And then I think like we'll show the files that it's scanning for. This one's old? Okay. And maybe I need Windows 11? What's the more modern UI? What's up, Stony? Welcome in. None of these have bean mode? We're gonna add bean mode. Don't you worry. We're gonna have bean mode. It's called Windows Security now? Windows 11 Security Scan. Just like Norton. Yeah, so one of the mods or VIPs screenshot it for me, and we'll use that as an example. In the meantime, let's get started, and let's set I don't think I could do this in 10 minutes because we're gonna essentially be replicating a UI. It's gonna take some work to make it look good. How do you all feel about a 25-minute timer? Like, can we get this done in 25 minutes? Does that sound good, or is that too long? Would that be too long and boring? Oh, Sedge, thank you. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Let's bet. Okay. 45 minutes. I want to keep the thing is I want to keep it entertaining. Yes, it's very ambitious, but it's like no one's gonna stick around to watch me do this for an hour, you know? So okay, here we're gonna do. We're gonna do a prediction. Can I complete this in 25 minutes? Will he complete this in 25 minutes? Yes or no? But we have to define the ground rules, right? So we're going to have a desktop app. It's going to have a click start button. When you click start, it's going to show a progress bar, and then it's going to show a random file paths, and then it has a result screen with the viruses that are found. This is what we're planning on building. Honestly, I think the hardest part is going to be making it look good, like making it look like an actual virus scanner. So before we do the prediction, I'm going to grab the screenshot that someone sends to me. Looks mostly like the screenshot. That's another requirement. So let me go grab this image really quick. Supporters chat? Oh yeah, I'm pulling up the Discord right now. Ooh, it has dark mode. That's cool. Yeah, I'll look at yours too, David. We're absolutely gonna use a style framework, like material design, or maybe even like Bootstrap. I think there might be a Metro UI, CSS framework too. Okay, so I've got screenshots. Ours is we're gonna try to make it look like this. We're gonna have the window, the sidebar with these elements, and then this is where like the scanning section that we're gonna have. And then it's gonna have the scan, but we'll also show like interesting file paths. And then can someone send me what does the results screen look like? Your IP is hacked. And honestly, I'm just going to replicate this section. I'm going to avoid all of these other sections. We're just going to get this one, and then we can go from there. There is no results screen? Well, then what do you do? I use Tailwind sometimes, yeah. Looks like the settings UI. Okay. Results. Okay, let me grab it from Discord again. Give me a second. Am I going to actually iterate files? I don't think I am. We could, because technically in Electron you have access to the file system, but I think we want to come up with like really funny file paths. And I think that's where you all can help as well, is like, what are the things that could pop up? Okay, so David sent this to me. So it says no current threats. It gives you the last scan and the threats found. But yeah, we can expand on this. We'll just like list a bunch of threats that pop up. Okay, so the goal is it will generally look like this. I get to decide if it actually does look like this. That's up to me, but I'm going to try to make it look like this. It's going to have these 3 features. That's what you're going to be predicting right now. Can I do that in 25 minutes? Predict right now. There's a history screen? Like I said, we're doing just this one screen with the scan and the detected threats. It's pretty split. Okay, no, more people are voting no now. Okay. I think I can do it in. Honestly, that's the thing is I am really bad at estimating. So who knows? But here we go. 25 minutes starts right now. First of all, we're going to use Electron. So this is a speed run, so I don't have time to talk about when or why you should use Electron. Just know there are some people that really don't like building apps with this, but I build apps with this. This is an Electron app. This is a desktop app that shows all of the chats and stuff like that. Yeah, I have no time for justification. We're going to use this thing called Electron. It's going to let us build a desktop app, but we get to use web technologies as the UI. So here we go. We need the quick start. We have Node. We're going to run this command, which is going to give us a little starter. So I'm going to put it into a directory called app. So, well, no, this is npm init. Wait, it's just adding Electron as a dev dependency? That's it? Oh, okay, well, I can do that. So I'm using Node.js. This is a server-side runtime that lets us write JavaScript code, but this basically lets us write JavaScript code inside of a desktop app. So I have a Node.js app. Now I can install Electron as a dependency. So that's pulling this library down that's going to let me build desktop apps. And then I feel like there's a starter somewhere. I guess they have this. It wants me to copy paste all the code. I guess I'm going to just copy paste the code. Okay, so we have the dependency. And then in here, we can tell it how to start it up. So to start the app, we need to run Electron in this directory. That's what it says. And then if we start it, we get a desktop app. Is that it? At this stage, your app will immediately throw an error telling you cannot find it in the app to run. I really just need a boilerplate, but that's fine. We're going to go one step at a time. So we also want this HTML file. So, and here we're going to have a file called index.html. This is going to be like the structure of the app. This is going to be what's running inside of the window. So right now it just says hello world and it shows all the versions of everything that we're using. Okay, so that's fine. And then we're going to need a, does it tell us what to put it in? I'm wasting time. Electron quick start, please. 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 Just give me... Yes, this is it. This is it. Okay, so instead of doing all the manual setup, I can literally just clone this and I'm ready to go. This is what I want. Clone this. Yeah, we're wasting time. We're wasting time. Let's remove those node modules, remove the package.json, and remove the index. Okay, so now I am going to pull this starter into a folder called Electron Quick Start. And now I can install dependencies, and I should be able to just start it right up. And that'll give us a basic app. I don't have to do all the setup manually. We're running fast. We're going fast. How much time have I wasted? 3 minutes, and we don't even have an app yet. But now we should get a desktop app. Yes, this is what I want to see. So this is going to be our virus scanner. You can see it just says hello world. Now we need to actually implement the UI. Great. Now for the UI, I don't want to have to write it from scratch, so I'm going to find a CSS framework. So there's a lot of them out there. You might have heard of Bootstrap, but basically this gives you a bunch of pre-built components. So if you look at card or grid or buttons, so you add Bootstrap and then you get some nice little buttons like this. I want to find a CSS framework that looks like Windows 11, so or Windows 10. I don't know what they call it. Ooh, Win 11 CSS. Somebody's got it. It's got 48 stars. Oh no, this is literally a desktop app. We don't want that. We want UI components that we can use. Windows 11 CSS UI components? Does anybody know of something? Oh, here it is. Okay, Fluent UI. click, click. Um, button? Button? Oh, this is okay. Um, do they have just the CSS? Fluent UI. Kong in D. Let's look at it. Is this like Windows 7? Oh, this is Windows 7 style. I think we're trying to make it look like as much like Windows 11 as we can. Is this only for React though? This is only for React. I really didn't want to use React. We could do Windows 7 just to make it confusing. I just want a CSS framework. Also, I'm still wasting time. We spent 5 minutes just trying to set up the app and find some CSS. CSS framework, Windows UI. It used to be called like Metro. Is it not called that anymore? Buttons? Progress bar? Like that? That's good. And then menu bar. Fluent design? Web. Styles. But this doesn't give me CSS. This just gives me like the style guide. CSS Win10. Like, some of these like aren't a framework though. They're just like a recreation of the UI, like this. They basically recreated the UI, but they don't give us components that we can use. All right, we're gonna use Fluent. I didn't want to use React because React makes it a little bit more complicated, but I guess we're gonna use React. So now let's add Fluent to this app. But that actually reminds me, if we want React working inside of our Electron app, it's going to be a little bit trickier. So I'm going to search for an Electron React starter template. Because now I need a whole build process, and it gets more complicated. But what is this? Yes. Oh, but this is React too. Electron React boilerplate. Will this do what we want? Source directory, main, renderer, app component. This will probably do what we want. Okay, we're taking a step back. We're going to use this. We're going to use this template instead because it allows us to use React, which is a front-end framework or library. This is basically this is Coding Garden though. This is what happens. We spend so much time on the setup. 2023, what is today's date? Okay. This into a folder called app. Well, then there's I should have used the Vite one. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're in too deep. We're now going to use Fluent UI. So we're going to add this after we get this up and going. So see if this starts. Cool. So it's the same thing, but it's using React. Fine. So now we can install Fluent UI as a dependency. Then we need the Fluent provider. We'll open up the code. Honestly, the moment we have to start using React, things just get so complicated. Wait, that's not it. What are you talking about? Oh, I cloned the wrong thing. I didn't actually copy the React, the Electron React quick start. Copy. This is chaos. Okay, no. Do I really only have 11 minutes left? There's no way. There's no way. It's fine though. I guess honestly you're seeing what real developers do, which is they just find a bunch of existing libraries and it just does everything for you. So this gives us the desktop app. Then we can install the UI components, and then at that point it's just a front end development problem. No restart. No restart. This is part of the drama, right? We have 14 minutes left. 14 minutes. I mean, at this point, I probably could have gotten the Vite one going though. There's vulnerabilities. Okay. Nice. Okay, so we have a React app. Great. It's fine. We're just gonna go with this. If I did more research, I probably would use the Vite one. All right. So here in renderer, we have our app component. Yeah, this creates the root. We've got that. This is our React component. Okay, so now here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna rip everything out. We're gonna rip this out so it's just a div. And instead of hello, we're gonna call this home. I say here's the thing, like all of a sudden this went from something that potentially beginners could understand to something fairly complex, but that's okay. We're gonna get it done. Once we get the UI up and going, it'll make a bit more sense as to what we're doing. So now we're gonna install this dependency, and that's gonna give us the Windows style components. And we're gonna do that in our app here. So we need to pull those in. We then add the provider with the theme. Here. And then we put our router inside of it. And then this is pulling in the Teams light theme. So what other themes do we have? Ooh, the web dark theme. That's what we want. Cool. And then we can start using it. So we need a sidebar. Basically, we need to replicate this list of links over here. So do they have like a list component? There's tab list. And then we can choose the theme web dark. Yeah, like that. That's going to be great. List. If anyone wants to help me out, and the real Pygon, thank you for the reset. If anyone wants to help me out, go to that documentation and tell me what component I might be able to use for the sidebar. I guess regardless of that, we could just get a basic layout going. So we essentially want a wrapper component. We want a wrapper component, and then we're gonna have the left sidebar. So I'll just create a div here. We'll give this a class name of left sidebar. And then we'll have another div, and this will be like the main area. Main. So if you think about this UI that we're trying to replicate, basically I'm breaking it down into two parts. You have the left-hand side over here, and then you have the right-hand side over here. So let's start building out this left-hand side. And we need a back button. Let's see if that framework gives us the... that's the wrong thing. That's the wrong thing. This. They have icons? Icons. Icons. I need another dependency. Fluent UI React icons. Menu list. Thank you, Shogun. Fluent system UI icons. And now that we have it, we should be able to pull in little icon components. So now we have that. Do we have like a back arrow? Let's take a quick stretch. Arrow auto fit, arrow between, arrow circle right, arrow back, arrow step back 20 regular. I think this might work. Let's add it, and then we should have a little icon there. All right, let's start the app up now and see if we have a back button in the UI. We do. Look at that. It's not the right one. It's definitely not the right one, but we do have one. Also, I need to update the styles because right now app.css is like overwriting everything. It has like this linear gradient. We don't want that. We just want the background color, and I'll pin this. So we have 9 minutes left. Easy. We can do that. So we want this black color here. It's just literally straight black. So on the body, we're just going to give it a background of black and then get rid of all the other styles. So now it's just a black background page, and it has this back button on there. But we're getting somewhere. We have our app. We're getting somewhere. So now I want like a left sidebar of a certain width. So I'm going to grab this color. And in our styles, the left sidebar, I'm going to give it a background color of that. And then we can give it a width. I'll give it a width of like 30%. So it should take up 30% of the whole UI. And then I'll make the body take up the full width and height. So full width, or 100 view width, and then height, 100 view height. And then all of that, I think it's rendered on an app component. Yeah, so ID root. So in our CSS, I'm going to say the thing at the root should take up 100% of its parent. So width 100% and height of 100%. And then that root then in turn loads this. I'm going to call this home. And it's going to have the same styles. So root and home take up 100%. And then left sidebar now should be right. So it's kind of happening. It doesn't have any height though. So no, because we have the Fluent UI provider. I need this to be 100%. Yes. Okay, we're getting closer. So we've got the root, we've got that, we've got home, and then we've got the left sidebar. Oh, and then the Fluent UI provider actually is automatically having its own background color. But if I give this a height of 100%, now it should take up the left-hand side. We're getting close. We're getting close. And then on the body, I'm going to say overflow hidden, so we don't have those weird scroll bars. And I'm going to say margin 0, so it gets rid of like the padding on the edges. Okay, it's happening. It's happening. We've got the left and we've got the right. So now in main, I want to set its color to be black. So code faster. So main is going to have the opposite. So the width of main is going to be 70%, and its background is just going to be a solid black color. So background, like that. Where did our app go? It exited? Okay. Main width 70%, height 70%. Somebody mentioned earlier there was a component that I could use, or a better icon that I could use. Tell me again, because I lost it in the chat. Yes, this is what I want. We want. Well, are they? I guess those are vertical tabs. Is that actually what we want? I guess it is. Like these. So we want a tab list with tab values. So on this sidebar over here, we'll add the tab list. But then we need to pull in tab list from Fluent UI. Let's see what that does for us. Hey, we're getting close. So we've got some tabs here. That's fun. And then arrow left 42, arrow left 24 field. And so this should give us that back button that we were looking for. Oh, we got a back button. And then we also need a hamburger button. That's what that thing is called. So the menu icon. I don't know what that thing would be called. Okay, regardless, let's start working on the main area because we actually need our scanner. So like this, we've got home, left sidebar, and then main is below it. I see. Yeah. I forgot we need to handle the parent. So home needs to put these two things side by side. So in our CSS, home is just going to be a flexbox. And that should put them side by side like that. Okay. There's no way we're going to finish. We have 3 minutes left. Let's add at least a little progress bar, and we'll say like current threats. So progress. There's this. Do we have indeterminate? We do. No. So we have this. So we want a field and a progress bar inside of main right here. Field progress bar. Where does field come from? Unstable components. Should have bet more. I don't know. Honestly, like it would have been nicer if we if we started the timer after I got the setup. That's not a thing. Okay. Do we even need field? How do I use unstable components? Okay, so right now this is saying value isn't defined. We actually need that. So we're going to need a state variable to keep track of how many files have been scanned. So we're going to pull this in from React. And then we can create a little state variable. So we have files and we have set files. And then this starts off as 0. And then every second, we're going to increase the number of files that have been scanned. So here we'll say set files. We'll have the previous, and we want previous +1. But we want to do this whole thing once every second. So every second, increase the number of files that have been scanned. And then here we'll have files. And there will be a max of 100. Let's just see what happens. It's working. It's working. we want it to move faster, though. We want it to be bigger. Yeah, you're totally right. So this should give us the timeout ID, and then we need to return clear timeout with that timeout ID. But we can go faster. So every half a second, and increase the number of files that have been downloaded. All right, we're out of time. Okay. Here's the thing. Now that we're set up, it's gonna be so easy. Literally, all we have to do is just replicate this UI, right? We got a status bar that's moving. We just need a list of a bunch of like weird file names, and we're done. We're done, right? Okay, but I didn't do it in 25 minutes, so yeah, I'm gonna pay you your money first. But I do think I can do it in another 20 minutes. So there's your points. Oh well, okay, let's keep moving though. So, should we do it? Should we do it? Do another prediction? Double points or nothing? Double or nothing? Yeah, 10K. I don't know. I told you I'm really bad at estimating. I'm really bad at estimating how long it's going to take. All right, here comes another prediction. Oh no. Yeah. So let's do another prediction. And this will be, can I complete the, okay, so will he be done in 20 minutes? We're gonna put 20 minutes on the clock to get the rest of it going. Predict now. Basically done. I mean, at the end of the day, we're not off, right? So I mean, like we technically have ourselves a little desktop app. It's just a matter of like making the styles better and like adding the stuff that's missing. I can do that in 20 minutes. Thank you, Shogun. Navigation 24 field is what we need there. People are really confident. They're really confident that I'm going to do it in 20 minutes now. I'm going to wait to start the timer until the prediction is over, though. Oh, wait. Did somebody undo their points? I don't know. If this gamer shrinks the window, he can't scroll. It's true. It's true. The scroll is gone. The scroll is gone. What we should do, though, is like the main area should be able to scroll. Oh, that was the previous one. Okay, so we're ready then. 20 minutes starts now. Okay, so I really need to focus my time here. Let's just get this right-hand side looking good. So right now, is there? Yeah, I can pass a class name in. So also, if I just style the main, let's do this. So on main, if we set the font size to 2rem, is that going to bump up this text here? It doesn't look like it does. Oh, but there's a variable. Okay. Font size base 200. I guess we'll have to pass a class down to it. So we're going to create a class called label, and then this will have a font size of 2rem. And then if I pass label to the field, is it bigger? It's not bigger. Well, we're going to spend 20 minutes just figuring out how to make the text bigger. You know how to make the text bigger? Zoom. Zoom doesn't work, though. Wait, did the class even get added? Oh. It got added there. That sets the font size, but then it doesn't cascade to this thing. Technically, we want to target this class here. Here's the thing. If so label, and then inside of it there is an element with that class. There's no way, right? Okay, I guess we can't worry about styles. We just need to get the elements on the page, because I'd have to look into how they actually do all their styling and stuff. Did I? I did. Ah, okay. But then it has like a weird line height. There's so many things I want to override. Yeah, let's add the functionality before we care what it even looks like. We need other things on the page. Okay, so we're back to this. If we're replicating this UI, we need a title, virus and threat protection. Let's see, is there like a typography component? Because I want like some big text. How to fully, yeah, so I want display. How do I do that? Do I really have to create a custom class? Okay, I guess we'll do that. Man, this is so complicated. This is why I didn't want to work in React. So we create the typography styles. We then make the styles. And then we use those styles. And then right above this, we can have just a span, and this will say, what's it going to say? Virus and threat protection. And this will have a class name of styles.text. But we specifically wanted display. Title 2. Display. So that should be really big. Yes, that's too big. That's too big. If we do title 2, maybe? I guess that's what it was before. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Now, let's pull in a shield icon. So, do they have shield? Shield 24 regular. So we're going to put the shield right in front of virus and threat protection. That's pretty good. Can't tell me that's not pretty good. I do want like a space between them like that. Okay, so we've got virus and threat protection. Below that, protection for your device against threats. Okay, so that's just going to be some more regular text. Let's call this. Honestly, I don't even need to use styles. I could just use this directly, couldn't I? Maybe I need to do this. We'll have another one, title 1. Title 1. And then below that, we'll just have a div. And protection for your device against threats. Protection for your device against protection for your device against threats. Thank you. We've got that. And class name styles.title 2. This one is going to be title 1. It's even less than that. It's not even a title. Body 1? No. It doesn't matter. Like we can't worry about this many styles. So that's fine. Okay, so we've got that text. And then we need to display current threats. So it's going to say current threats, and then it's going to have the progress bar inside of it. So I have a p tag, current threats. Cool. And then I want a little bit of spacing. So you can see here that there's like a little gap between everything else, but mine is like all against the edge. I want to increase that gap. So I'm actually just going to do padding left in the main area. I don't know, 25 pixels. And then that should shift everything to the right a little bit. 50 pixels. Everything gets shifted to the 35 pixels. Cool. The other thing is we can decrease the size of the sidebar like that. All right, we're on our way. We have 12 minutes left. We want this little time icon. You can't find this time icon. Let's try to find it. Clock. History 24 filled. You all are great. Thank you. Is there a way to hide the native title bar? Yeah, so let's do that because right now it looks really ugly. So we'll do that. But I should be able to do this like that. Wow. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Okay. I really want to increase these font sizes, but yes. So you see how this has this called window Chrome, this thing sitting here. I want that to look more like the native Windows window Chrome. So in Electron, there is a way of setting like the title bar styles, or honestly, I think we can hide the title bar and then just create our own. So like right here, we could have a div that is the bar. Hello, I am navbar. Right now that just shows up at the top there, but I basically want to hide the built-in Electron one and only use my own. So if we look at our main, this is what the code that actually creates the window. And I think there's a way to hide the nav bar. Let's look it up. Not that. Electron hide. Is that what it's called? Navbar or window Chrome, I guess? We'd have to add our own close buttons is the thing. Native bar? Title bar style hidden. Cool. So that hides it. And now we can just like increase or change the styles of the navbar that we're adding. So, and then we probably want to hide the 3 buttons as well. So we'll do that as well. And so over here, we'll just give this a class of navbar. And then in our styles, we'll give it a background of black. And a height of, I don't know, 50 pixels. It's too many pixels. 25 pixels. 35 pixels. Cool. Unminimizable malware? That's actually pretty funny. Okay, yeah, so we'll do hidden inset as true. Hidden inset? That didn't quite do it, but I'm not going to worry about it. For now, that's what our navbar looks like. We can hopefully clean it up later. And we'll increase the height slightly so that the things fit. Yeah, cool. Okay. We've got 9 minutes left. Current threats, we have, we'll say quick scan is running. Actually, we don't want to start this until we click a button. So let's get that going. If we look at the UIs, yeah, there's a button that says quick scan. So we want to create a button that says quick scan. Let's find ourselves a button component, like this, which just looks like that. Just pull in button. Cool. Random pop-ups to find the premium version. I mean, we could. There's a lot of cool things we could do. I'm just trying to build this as fast as possible to keep people entertained. So, okay, right below, yeah, so we have all the current threat area, but then right below that, there should be an area with a button that says quick scan. And then we need to bring button in from Fluent components. Quick scan. Nice. That doesn't quite look like the button that they have. This looks like a not outlined, like flat button. Let's see if we can find one of those. Square. We want a square. So if I do shape square, then that's going to give me a square button. And then I can give it a size. Let's give it a size of large, so that it's nice and big. Yeah, quick scan. Cool. And then basically we don't want to show the progress bar area. We'll give this a class name of progress scan or scan progress. So by default, this progress bar is going to be hidden. So scan progress. We also want to have some margin. So I'm going to give it like 2 rims of margin, so there's some spacing around it, like that. But I also want to hide it by default, so we need some more state variables for that. So we'll say scanning, and we'll default that to false. So scanning starts off as false, and then if scanning is true, we're going to show this progress bar area. So if scanning is true, show this. And then when we click this button, we want to set scanning to true. So on here, I can say when you click this button, we'll say set scan, set scanning, to true. So now you can see that there's not a progress bar, but when I click this button, now there is a progress bar. Cool. So we have some interactivity. And what does it look like when it's not running? Yeah, so run it. It says no current threats below current threats. So we'll have like a paragraph tag. We'll say no current threats. Threaties. Last scan. At quick scan. Then we want 0 threats found. Casual day. 0 threats found. And scan lasted 69 minutes, 69 seconds. And 69, 420 files scanned. All right. Look at that. It's cool. It's cool. All right. But now when you click scan, basically we want to hide this and then show like the progress of the scan. Time should be an epoch. Also, I guess we kind of want to change the style a little bit. Like this has like a different color. Let's get the color of this like that. Let's create a class for info, and it has a color of that. And then on here, all of these should have a class of info. Nice. Nice. I guess what one thing I thought of is let's fix the sidebar. So right now we have these tabs that don't actually work. I'm not going to make them work, but I'm at least going to make the current tab be virus and threat protection. This. And then what are some of the other things? Home and account protection and Firewall and network protection. It's really, I don't want the big text though, so I literally just want it to say that. Why is it all bold? Oh, because it's selected. Okay. Also, why is it not left aligned? Navigation 24 filled for the... Okay, we'll do that really quick. Navigation 24. This is going to give us the hamburger icon, and we're just going to put that right below the arrow icon. Can this take in a class name? Yeah, so let's just call this tabs. And then I want everything to be left aligned in here, so I'm going to target tabs and say text align left. Hopefully that fixes it. That doesn't fix it. Oh well. Also in the image, the menu icon is on the next line, so I'm just going to do a little break, and so that'll send the navigation icon to the next line like that. Man, I really want to style these, but I'm running out of time. We need to get the funny stuff popping up over here. No style. Okay, you're right. No styles. No styles. Oh, well, when I close the sidebar, it just works. That's fine. Okay, so no styles. Hurry. All right, we've got. No way. I felt like we had like 5 minutes left. Well, hope everybody. We tried our best, but I'm gonna finish this because we're not far. No. I bet some of you bet like all of your points too. Okay. We need this quick scan running. We can still do it in 20 seconds. Basically, we need to replicate all of this if we are scanning. We're out of time. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna try to finish it. Oh, okay. But I'll pay out the prediction. Man, I'm really bad at estimating. Also, look at 95% of people thought I was gonna do it. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are disappointed. Oh, the thing is, like, I don't prioritize correctly. I spend too much time on the wrong things. But yeah, the time did fly by. Okay, let's get this going though. So if we are not scanning, then we want to show this. Great, but if we are scanning, we want to show this, which is going to say quick scan running. The progress bar is right underneath current threats, like this. And then estimated time remaining. We'll have some timer for now. We'll just put a placeholder. And then we have the total number of files that have been scanned. Okay, so we click quick scan. Now it says the quick scan is running. Nice. This button changes into cancel if we're scanning. I'm not going to do another prediction. I will just count up. Let's see how long it takes me to get the rest of it working from now. So from now, how much more time does it take? So if we're scanning, then the button should be quick scan. like this. But if we're not scanning, then the button should, I mean, honestly, it should say cancel. I was going to say we could reuse the same button, but it's okay. We're not going to do that. Then we'll set scanning to false. So now it died. Here we go. Yeah, the thing is, Electron basically just lets you do web development. I mean, that's basically what we're doing here. Is this is a desktop application shell, and then we have web development going on inside of it. And I think I did this wrong. So if we are not scanning, then show quick scan. But if we are scanning, then it should show the cancel button. If I click cancel, then it shows that. Look at that. We've got a little scanning UI. It's beautiful. Okay. What else? What else do we want? Now we can have fun with it. Now we can start showing really funny stuff as the scan is happening. And then also, I guess the bar. We need to have the right sidebar as well. So let's just get that set up. So right now we have the left sidebar, the main area, and then we're going to add the right sidebar. I think, where does that go? Here. That'll be the right sidebar, and there's nothing special about it. It just takes up space that's going to have like links and stuff in it. So for now, let's do the right sidebar. And honestly, instead of doing like width here, so if I get rid of width on the left sidebar, we only have width on main, and then the right sidebar will have like flex 1. Right? Is flex 1 what I want? Or flex grow? Yeah, so you can see that the sidebar is there because now the scanning bar doesn't go all the way to the right. Is this what I want? So now we can do even less if I do like 40%. Yeah, and then we can see that the right sidebar is taking that much area. So both the left and the right are taking up the same amount, and then main is filling the container there. So if we increase the size of main, 57%, 45%. Okay. The progress bar needs to be aligned with the edge. So let's just get that working, because right now there's like a big old space right there. Let's see why that is. Oh, because we gave it a margin. That's why. So scan progress doesn't need margin all around. It just needs margin on top and bottom. So if I do 2rem 0, then it's only margin on top of bottom. Yeah, that's what we want. Okay. Let's work on the scanning animation. Because right now, it just keeps going, but like once it finishes, we need to show what we've scanned, and then as we scan, we're also going to show like the file underneath it. We'll show like the current file path. So let's do something like this. We'll also have the current file path, and then set current file path. This is Windows, so we need to show like the C drive or something like that. So it needs to show up like, is it like this, or is it /? Windows System 32 uppercase C. Maybe something like this. And then if we want to display like the current path that we're scanning, like right below the progress bar, I think we're going to use a package to like auto generate some stuff for us for sure. So if we have the progress bar and then we have the current file path right below it. That looks like that. Cool. And so we can manually like update this to be the path that we're scanning. So I think what I need from you all are some funny paths. Here's what we'll do. We'll basically just have a list of paths to choose from, like path bases, and then we'll just have a bunch. So I think C is this window. Actually, I don't even know. I have. It's been so long since I used Windows. Is it Windows/System32? Is that a thing? And then we also want like users PC. And then DOS, not dis, DOS, run, DOS, run. I like System 422. Windows, System 420. Program files. Oh, appreciate you, Brazy. Thank you for the follow. Trash. All right, yeah. What do you got, Ergon? Are these just like random are these files on your computer? But where'd you get all these file paths? ChatGPT? Oh, you know what? Why didn't we think of that before? Let's go to ChatGPT and ask it for some file paths. Duck pics. Yeah. Well, on Kit's stream, he has like the folder with a bunch of like naked mole rats. What is that folder called? Yeah, I do appreciate it, Brazy. Thank you for hanging out. For my eyes only. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Isn't that a thing? Like on some of Kitboga's virtual machines, he has a it says like nudes or something. It's just a bunch of naked mole rats. And thank you for that hydrate, Elmer. ChatGPT is like so. I was adding a command handler for my YouTube channel this morning, and I asked ChatGPT. Here's what I asked it. I said, write JavaScript code to split a sentence into multiple sentences with a maximum length of 180 characters, preserve whole words. And it did it on the first try. So that's pretty cool. All right. List 10 examples of files what do you call it? A virus scanner would come across. It might actually think I'm trying to do bad things. Word documents? PDFs? Trojan. Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot. We have pretty strict auto mod on. So okay. Yeah, I want to do it, but it hung up on me. Of file paths on a Windows PC. Nice. Nice. I think what we want to do is I think we want to combine a bunch of file paths or a bunch of like folder paths with a bunch of random files. So let's do that again, but I just want to get folder paths. There's 10 examples of folder paths escaped as an array of JavaScript strings. So that way I don't have to escape them myself. Nice. That's what I want to see. It made it so easy. All right. Generate 50 more, please. So now there it goes. There it's off to the races. I'm just gonna get rid of these. It is like cheating, but it made our job so much easier. Fascinating. Look at, these are great examples. Cool. Is that it? It just keeps going. I guess I asked for 50 of them. This is how actual scanners work. They just have a no. I mean, we could actually implement a scanner. Like we could literally start at the root drive and then go into every single folder. We're not trying to do that. It got stuck, but this is enough. I think I will ask it to make them humorous. It got stuck there. Okay. Generate 20 more, but make them funny. The kind of jokes on Kitboga stream. It's not perfect English, but it'll figure out what I want. I cannot generate inappropriate or offensive content. I didn't ask. What I asked for was not inappropriate. I just want the folder names to be funny. Can you do that? I apologize for the confusion earlier. Bad jokes, cat means, Chuck Norris facts, distracted boyfriend, Doge language. Yeah, these are pretty funny. Make them risque, yeah. Taco Tuesday. These are hilarious. We're gonna grab these two. Great. Generate 20 more. I guess technically, I want them all sorted alphabetically, so that way we show them. Yeah, we'll definitely move it into another file. Yeah, I will do that. Yodeling pickle? What? All right, so now we've got a bunch of folders. Now what I want, I want to sort this alphabetically. Can we do this in VS Code, or should I ask sort lines ascending? Nice. Okay, so now they're in alphabetical order, so we're gonna come across them. We're gonna come across them in alphabetical order. That's hilarious. Okay, and then also we could extract out username to be a variable. What's the old lady on Kitboga stream? Edna? Is that how you spell her name? Is it Edna? sort? Oh yeah, I could have sorted them. Edna, all caps. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, generate 20 file names that might be in the this folder. I like doing it generic, because then it could be run on anybody's PC, and then it like doesn't matter as much. Again, but in a JavaScript array of strings, please. Certainly. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Brazy. I do appreciate it. You're being very kind with the compliments. Okay, so we have our folders and then we have our files. And so this is gonna look like that. And well, did I do it right? I also want like a bunch of DLLs and stuff like that. Generate a list of 30 DLL files with funny names that might be in the Windows folder. Put the list in a JavaScript array of strings. What am I doing? I'm building a fake virus scanner. So right now, we have like the whole UI here, and when you click scan, it just starts moving a progress bar. But what we're about to do is we're gonna make it show like funny folder names and funny file names, like as the progress bar goes. Okay, see you later, Brazy. It's not appropriate to provide a list of details with humorous or inappropriate names. It's important to maintain professionalism and respect for all individuals and communities. What? Okay, regardless, this is still a good list of DLLs, but it's okay. That would not be inappropriate. How do you spell inappropriate? Inappropriate? Respect for the DLLs? They are just funny words related to system files. Can you generate it for me? I apologize for the confusion. Funny Bone, Silly Socks, Goofy Spot. This is, I mean, these are it's like child humor, you know. It's like as an adult, would you find this funny? I find it funny. Sillypickle.dll. Come on. Okay. Lastly, generate a list of of 20 files that might be found in the documents folder of a user on Windows. The list should be a JavaScript array of strings. Jellybelly.dll. Is there a big toot? Is there a big toot.dll? I would agree with that. Not optic. Like I'm not cynical enough that I don't find sillypickle.dll funny. It's sillypickle.dll. Come on. Generate 50 more. I mean, it's really helping us out here. Like it's 50 greedy. Yeah, I think last time it cut off. I'm a silly pickle, Morty. It's just PDFs and docs. A list of illegally downloaded movies. All right. Generate 30 more, but with funny, with names that a 5-year-old would find funny. Booger collection, fart sounds, dino roar, bug drawing, monster truck video. Great. Great. We could do this all day. This is fascinating. All right, now comes the actual code. So we're going to combine this list of file names with the list of folders. And we're going to move this to a separate file. So right now, I've like this file is getting really, really long. I want to define these elsewhere and then just bring them in here. So the stopwatch keeps going. Yeah. So I'm going to pull these out, and I'll create a file called files.ts, and then we're going to export this. And now I can import this list of files into the other one, and then we're going to do the same thing with the directories. And then we'll create another file, well, not in there, in here, called directories. Like that. And then we can import those two things here to actually use them. So we'll do that right here. So import files from files, and import directories from directories. So now these two variables correspond to those. And really, this state variable is current percent. The maximum of 100, and then we'll set the current percent by 1 each time. But if the current percent is greater than or equal to 100, we do nothing. Cool. Take on the signals paradigm? I actually just talked about it. I showed a bunch of examples earlier too. My take is that Vue.js has been doing it for 10 years at this point, and Svelte doesn't even need signals. But my take is it's generally good that all of these frameworks are adopting these concepts, because we've been doing it in Vue.js for years, and it's an easier way to program. Like, we don't have to manually do all the things. What is happening here? No consistent return. That's okay. State percentage started off at 0. And the max is 100. Oh, but we shouldn't increase unless we are scanning. So, because it was increasing in the background. So, if not scanning, return. There we go. And now it's going like one step at a time. But what we want to do now is we want to show a bunch of like file names that are just like randomly popping up right below the progress bar. So let's do that. we have the current file path and then set current file path. So we want some other thing running in the background that's like constantly updating the current file path. So we're going to have another use effect. Restart it when you hit the button. I like that idea. Because then it's not dependent on another thing. It took me like a little over an hour, but it's fine. This is actually a really good basis to go off of. Let me fix this really quick though. So when you click quick scan, we need to set the progress to 0. Set current percent to 0, and then set scanning to true. And then, yeah, that should be fine. Time blindness, so boom, and then it starts back over. Cool. What are we doing? We need random file paths now. So every 100 milliseconds, I'm gonna set a different file path. So I think we're just gonna start at the top directory. And so we're gonna start here, show a bunch of files in it, and then move on to the next one as we go. That's the plan. So we're going to get the current directory. It's going to be directories dot shift, which should give us the first one in the array. We'll create a little function here called next directory that does this. But do we even need to do that? I guess so. Okay, so we have the current directory, and then we want a bunch of random files. So we're just gonna reach into the files array and grab a random one. So we'll say the current file is going to be files at files dot. We're gonna get a random index. So we'll do math dot random times files dot length, and we want to floor that. So we drop the decimal place, and that should give us a random index. So we get the current file, we get the current directory, and then from there, yeah. So I want it to mutate because basically, when the directories array is empty, then we're done. And what we can do on mount here, length -1, no, because math.random generates a value between 0 and 1, non-inclusive of 1. Thing is, I want to mutate this. I'm going to create the get directories copy. So I'm just going to return a copy of the overall directory. So that way, if you run a scan again, we can just restart everything. So I'll do directories dot slice. That should create a copy. So in here, we say directories. We get a directories copy. We shift it. We get the current file, and then we're gonna have a function called set random file that grabs the current file and then calls set current file, which is our actual state variable, to be the joining of this directory, current directory, and the current file. Now, do all of our directories end with a slash? No. And that's good, because we'll add the slash. So it'll be directory slash file. Yeah. Do I need to? Yeah. //. And then in 500 milliseconds, we're gonna get the next random file. So I'm gonna set a timeout. No, at like 200 milliseconds. In 200 milliseconds, we'll set the random file again. Cool. So if I do this now, when we start the scan, look at that. It's happening. It's happening. Though it's grabbing. It's not in the right order. Yeah, we could do it even faster. 100 milliseconds. Quick scan. Nice. Yeah, so we could also do a random time between like 100 and 200 milliseconds or something like that. We're making our own Windows Defender. Is what we're doing. Between 25 and 200. How would I do that? So 25 plus math.floor of math.random times 200. So now it'll be like a little, yeah, like it pauses. Sometimes it goes really quick. Yeah, we're not changing the folder yet. I am just curious why directories.shift is returning. Yeah, this is just for fun. We got raided by Kitboga, and he does scam baiting on his stream, so scammers will sometimes get onto his PC, and we had the idea to create like a fake virus scanner. Look, it has jelly beans and sillypickle.dll. Right now it's between 25 and 225. That's fine. Okay. Well, yeah, so awkward family photos. Okay, there we go. I needed to refresh the app because I was like, it's picking the wrong first directory. Cool. So now that picks a directory, every 100 files. The chat contributed silly icons for these random virus scanners. Oh, nice. Like over on Kitboga stream. Let's say the total files in directory is 0, and then somebody sent the file path earlier, which is why we're using it. And then for every random file, we increment that. And then once we've reached a certain amount, like, I don't know, 100, we get the next directory. So we'll say, like, if total files in directory is greater than or equal to 100, then we'll move on to the next directory. And set that back to 0. Now, if directories.length, so if we ran out of directories, then we should be done scanning here. Modulo? I guess that could work too. But now every 100 files will move into the next directory. We want to move faster than that. Let's go like this. There we go. There we go. Wait, what? Wait, is that the right order? I guess it is. Yeah, the amount of files should be let max total files. We'll make this random as well. Math.random. So at least 50. No, at least 50, but at most 100. And so then we can use this right here, and then we can reassign it to be a random number every time. Is it moving too fast that you can't see the jokes? Because it might be. No, you know what would also be funny is if we make the progress bar go way, way up and then way, way down and then way, way up and then way, way down. That's the point. That, oh yeah, so that like if you just catch it, you see that it's like a funny name. Nice. Yeah, so yeah, because I made it. I wanted it to go faster. Let's see, like it's like not as fast. That's a little bit slower, so you can at least catch the jokes. Oh no, yeah, no, that's the next step. So like we're scanning files and we're showing the total amount here, and then the estimated time remaining. We need to set that ourselves, and we also need to set the total number of files scanned. So let's have another variable for total files scanned. And so right now it just says that we have 69,420, but instead we're going to put that. It starts off as 0. And then as we scan each file, we'll increment it. So each file scan, we do this plus 1. Like that. Nice. It's happening. It's happening. We could, I guess we could, instead of increasing by 1, we could randomly increase by a little bit more than that. But that's pretty fun. All right, now let's make the timer spin. So let's do this. We'll need another state variable. We'll call it the start time. Well, estimated time remaining. I guess end time. And Scott made this. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I don't know if I've seen your stream before. Can I make each file just take some random time, which will make the progress bar and everything else jitter? Yes, I thought we were doing that. Yeah, so each file is between 25 and 125 milliseconds. Is that what you mean? Snaggle Whiskers? Crash the app at 50% scan. So basically, we're setting a random file between 25 and 100 milliseconds. Yeah, welcome in. Who is the raider? Scott made this. Thank you. Thank you. What were you working on? Scoreboard, software finishing touches. Nice. Well, thanks for bringing your raiders over. Double. Yeah, I mean, that's what we were saying is like, is this too fast? And then something's broken. I don't. Yeah. So we'll add the timer next. See now, like this is just slow enough that you can see all of the jokes. Pajamaparty.dll, you know. Oh, I need a random chance for it to be extra long. All right, see you later, Nick. Thank you for your question earlier. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. I want it to be faster. So I want it to be this, but yeah, I like the idea of like sitting on a file for a little bit longer. So we'll do this. We have so much randomness, but if map.random is greater than 0.5, then is greater than 0.2, then it should be really fast. But every now and then it should sit on a file for a full second, like this. Let's see. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's it. Setting the floor to be super low allows most of them to take super fast. Yeah. That's every 5 files. Well, no, it's random. It's if the random number is greater than 0.2, and there should be a fully random chance for every value between 0 and 0.99999 to show up. It's looking realistic. Yeah, look at us. So there's a 1 out of 5 chance for it to take a long time. We could even decrease that. House cleaning checklist. Run DLL.32. Funny faces. I like that. We could make it even more rare. What do you think, Snaggle Whiskers? I think this is looking better. Like, it's moving fast, but I think it's just enough that, like, just slow enough that you can still see some of the stuff. Like that, it stopped on movie script. Let's do 0.05. Yeah, this is it. All right. Let's now have the timer. So we're using web dev technology. So this right here is an Electron app, and then inside of it is a React app, and then we're using a thing called Fluent UI, which comes from Microsoft to give us all the UI components that look like Microsoft stuff. Yeah. Be mindful of your language. We're talking about human language, not programming languages, but oh, so you like my rule? Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah. I thought you were interpreting it as a programming language. Thank you, Snaggle Whiskers. I appreciate that. All right, last piece is we want this timer to vary wildly. So how are we going to do that? So right now we can start estimated time remaining. I don't know, starts at like 10 minutes or something like that. So we'll have time remaining, and set time remaining. This starts off as, we'll do it in milliseconds. So 10 times 1,000 is 10 times 60. So that would be 1 minute and then 10 minutes. So at most 10 minutes. So it's going to start off with 10 minutes remaining. And then we can format that time remaining here. Oh man, there's definitely a library that could do this for us. But we could have 0, 0, and then I guess we'll just do the calculations in line. So let's have time remaining divided by 60, and then floor that. So that should give us number of minutes remaining. But then we need to pad it with zeros. We really want a library for this, but here we go. How does padding with zeros? String.pad start? Yeah. So we take that number, we turn it into a string, and then we pad it so that it's length 2, and then we pad it with zeros. So that'll give us the number of minutes. So now when we start, we should see 10, because there's 10 minutes remaining. Good. I think. Let me double check. And then we have seconds here. Oh, but we don't want to divide it by 60. We have time remaining, which is total number of milliseconds. If we divide that by 1,000, that gives us total number of seconds. And if we divide by 60, we get total number of minutes. Is that right? Yes. Okay, so 10 minutes remaining. Beautiful. And then we can get the number of seconds. And then the number of seconds is just going to be the same thing, but instead of division, we'll do modulus. So instead of math.floor of this thing, we do mod 60. Right? Yeah, I think that's what we'll do, Brilvio, is when when it sits on a file, we'll increase the time remaining by like 5 minutes or something like that. Does this seem right? There's no way that I'm building a date formatter like instantly here. Good call. Yeah, so instead of modulus, you then do, well, instead of division, you do modulus. Yeah, okay, and then now, I guess instead of time remaining, we could actually just set the end time. Because otherwise, we're either, honestly, I think this is fine. We, after every file, we either decrease or increase by a certain number of seconds. Right? So half the time, we'll say previous plus, I don't know, 2 seconds. Otherwise, previous minus 2 seconds. Mostly decrease. Okay. And we don't want to do 2 seconds. We'll have to work this out. We'll have to work. Well, let's just make sure this works, and then we'll figure the rest out. Most of the time, decrease the time. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's too fast. Well, the thing is, like, it's like, it's technically, I guess it should be counting down, except for when we set it. Honestly. So, and then, like, if we know that it's gonna take longer, then that's when we increase the time. I mean, it's elapsing. It's going down. It's like, basically, we should increase it by like 30 seconds every now and then. And otherwise decrease by, we could store in a variable how much time since the last random file. And then now we'll decrement by that. Kuxian. we need to, I forgot we need to floor it. But yeah, you can see it jumped up to 11 minutes, 12 minutes. It just keeps going up. That's hilarious. It's not proportional to the percentage bar. We want it to be like purposefully off. Wait. I thought we were pad starting this. Are we setting time remaining? This is we're adding 30 seconds. If you haven't seen the syntax, this is newer. It basically it just allows you to create readable numbers. So it's kind of like a comma, but yeah. I pad start, but I don't floor. Do I need to floor it? Oh, modding 60, you would need to floor it, wouldn't you? Okay. Would you though? It's funny because most of the time it just keeps going up. 30 seconds is too much. You're right. You're right. Ten seconds. My time is all over the place. Yeah, okay. So honestly, I'm thinking of a better way of doing this. So instead of like randomly setting it with each new file, we're gonna have an actual timer that's like based on time, so it can easily like just have the latest value there. But then every now and then we will increase it. So like I don't like this idea of just like decrementing the time remaining. We want something like the end time. So set end time, and then the end time is just going to be right now plus that math, so plus 10 minutes. We could do it time. Yeah. And then in the render function, we have the end time, but we want to get the total number of seconds remaining. So time remaining is end time minus right now. That should be total number of milliseconds remaining. And when we start the scan, we're also gonna update the end time to be 10 minutes from now. So, right here. So let's say set end time to be that. This should do it now. There's an error. Set time remaining is not defined. There we go. So now it just works like a regular timer, right? It's just counting down from 10. Counting down. But then what we want is every now and then we will either increase or decrease the amount of time remaining. Right? Does that make sense? That looks a little bit better, right? Because it's not jumping all over the place. It's like actually counting down. And then what we'll do here is what's up, Lord Saron? What is this? This is coding. I'm building a fake virus scanner, so basically a fake Windows Defender, and it has like funny file names that are popping up. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's counting down, and then every now and then we want to increase or decrease the amount of time. So after every file, we're gonna say if math.random is greater than 0.5. So half the time we're either going to increase or decrease the time. And then if another random variable is greater than 0.01, so the majority of the time we decrease the amount of time remaining. So we'll say set end time. I guess it's milliseconds already, so we could do decrease by, I don't know, 3 seconds. Otherwise, increase by like 10 seconds. So what should happen is it's just a regular countdown timer. We want this to happen less often. Just a regular whoa. 0.9. Let's do this. It's a regular countdown timer, but then every now and then it changes by a little bit. Yes, in the else case, plus 10 seconds. I think we've done it. I feel like we're spending way too much time. I think we kind of have it. Like, it's got funny file names. It's got a scanner. We could think of more interesting things to do here to, like, really, really make it funny, really make it, like, yeah. But ultimately, we've done it. It took us over an hour, probably an hour, to make a little scanner of the progress bar. I think the last thing is when the scan is done, we need to show the results. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to implement clicking on these, but we can basically add the other menu items. We can add the links on the right. We'll just make it look decent, and then we're going to go, or we'll stop working on this. Yeah. So right now, that's the issue. Once the progress bar reaches 100, it it just stays there. I think I can do it in 15 minutes. Oh yeah, so actually that would actually really help if we got some content to just add in there really quick. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so here, let's do this. We need the progress bar to match, like, the time remaining, because right now it's just the progress bar is just incrementing by 1 every second. So current percent, we don't want to just increase it by 1% on every tick like we were doing before. How can we make... Yeah, what we need is the amount of time remaining as a percent. In time minus date.now. So that's seconds remaining. How do we make that a percent? Yeah, something like that, Seabear. We could come up with some funny messages, like, and also we need to show the results of, like, the found files. Do we divide it by 100? How can we convert number of seconds remaining into a percent? The bar value is the number of scanned files. The issue is we don't know how many files we're going to be scanning because the number of files is also random. It's a cross product. Well, give me the math. I don't know what to do. I don't know what it is. Yeah, actually, so that actually is an even funnier point. Basically, once it gets to 90%, we just stay there. Time remaining divided by time elapsed. Total time? What's the total time? The end time? But it's potentially going to take more than 10 minutes is the issue. So that just gives... Does that work? Ah! Set current percent is not defined. That makes sense. The progress bar isn't moving now. The end time. Let's see what the current percent is. $100. 100 is the maximum possible value. Is percentage going to decrease if the time remaining increases? Yes. That's what we want. We actually want the progress bar to go back down. right? My linter wants the. We don't know how many the total files there are though. If you use in-time as the max value for the bar, no need for maths. Oh, you're totally right. Easy. Easy. So on the progress bar, the max value is in time, and the current value is time remaining. Is that accurate? Well, it's not time remaining. It would be like in time minus time remaining. Because that would be the total amount of time. Because at the start, time remaining is equal to in time, or amount of in time. Why is this so hard? I can't think through this. Let's see what this gives us. 100%. So yeah, that would be 100%, right? In time minus time remaining at the start should be 0. But if we divide that whole thing by 100, honestly, yeah. Honestly, here's okay. I have a better idea. We're gonna make it completely random. So we're gonna go back to this percent thing, and it's moving along. But here's the thing: if it ever makes it to 100% and we're still scanning, we're gonna go back down to like 50%. But if it's greater than or equal to 100% and we're not scanning, then we're done. But if we are scanning, then set it back to like 40. Yeah, so it's moving. It's doing its best, but if it ever gets to 100 and we still have files, it's going to move all the way back down to 30%. And then when we're done, we'll just set it to 100% and then scanning will be false. So right here, we'll say set current percent to 100 and set scanning to false. Do 90? 98. Also, we could do this check here. So if previous is less than 100, keep incrementing it. Like less than 98, keep incrementing it. Otherwise, 40. That's much easier. So if we're less than 98%, add 1 to it. But if we're not, then set it back to 40. Yeah. All right. I think this is fine. This is fine. Let's add the rest of the UI, and I think we'll call it there. So if we do something like when we copy the directories, let's just get like the first 3 directories. So after 3 directories, it's going to be done. Let's see what happens. There's 1. Make the time stop when the progress bar is 100%. Yeah, maybe. Okay, and then it's done. So that's fine. That's fine. That's totally fine. Wait, what did I do? Here we'll set it to like 90%, so that way it keeps increasing. And then we'll end the scan in like 1 second, so you can see that it actually made it to 90%. Oh yeah, I remember that reference. Time always stops at 1 second. Use the current directory for the percentage. Sure, like the number of directories left. Honestly, that would have been great, but you can see what it just did. It jumped to 90% and now it's done. This is fine. This is fine. All right, let's fix the rest of the UI. So right now, instead of hard coding this stuff, we're gonna do total number of files scanned. Or that. And this is setting the random file. I'll just say like if scanning, don't do anything. If we're not scanning, then this shouldn't be running through files. And then yeah, same thing over here. Cool. So when it's done, we'll show the total number of scanned. We can show that. That and we'll have the last scan date or that. And then when we click scan, we'll set the last scan date. Right now. And then in the component, we need a state variable, last scan date. Starts off as null. Show. And then we only show it if it is actually there. So that, then that, else that. I ended up spending way longer on this than I should have. And honestly, we're getting to a point where we have like a really cool thing that Kitboga could actually use. And in that case, we could definitely like clean up the styles and I don't know, get some input from Kitboga too. cool. And then the last scan was then, and that's how many files. And then scan lasted, I guess we could put that in a state variable too. So, scan, total scan time. And that starts off as 0. We can do this same kind of maths here. But we say lasted this minutes, this seconds. And we only do this if, what did we call that? Total scan time is a thing. Else we do the default string of scan. Oh. Wait. What am I doing? I guess I could put this in here. So if total scan time, then this, else this. Okay, now at the end of it all, we set the total scan time. So when we're done scanning is here, and we'll set the total scan time to be right now minus the scan start time. All right, this is it. I need to put a space after 4 minutes. Four minutes, seconds. All right, quick scan. Thanks, Wisha. Okay, so last scan was then 69 threats were found. It lasted 28 seconds and 176 files were scanned. Cool. Seems fine. At this point, let's get the rest of the UI, and then we can call it a win. Bingo. Make the start time random. I think I'm gonna leave it just because I don't really want to work on it anymore. But basically, we're assuming it's always gonna take 10 minutes. I don't know. Let's get the rest of the UI. So we have home. We need a home icon. We can actually look. So the library that we're using. is based on Fluent UI system icons. So if we find Fluent UI system icons, we can search it for all of the available icons. A working top bar. There's a way to do it in Electron. So Electron drag area. I feel like there's like an HTML thing. To make the whole window draggable, put this on the body style. We want to put this on the navbar. So in our styles, we do have a navbar style, and we'll throw this right here. So now, look at that. It's working. I tried hide inset. That didn't seem to work. Title bar style, hidden inset. Hidden inset. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too worried about it because like on Windows, I think it'll probably show them on like the right hand side or something like that. All right. Here we go. Here are the icons. I want to find home. Home 24 field. So we need a home icon. I'm gonna make a real scanner. Yeah. I mean, I have so much like random logic, but technically we have access to the file system. We literally could scan every file on the computer. That could have potentially been another way to go about it, where we show a real scan, so it's showing like real files, but every now and then it shows something completely random. We've got home. Did we want filled? We don't want filled. We want outline. It would have been easier to just get every file in the file system. Okay, so that seems to work. I mean, I kind of want these now to be like a little flexbox. Frame false. That's what we want. Not quite. And then maybe this needs to be hidden? Not quite. I mean, I'm doing it in this Electron window. I could go look at that code. Control the traffic lights. Set window button visibility. False. That's what we want. Nice. So now it just looks like a regular plain old window. And we could add the Windows style icons over on the right hand side. Let's work on the title bar. We're gonna work top down. So on the title bar, we need to say Windows security. And then on the right hand side, we're gonna have all of the buttons. So let's style this the right sidebar, not the right sidebar, the top bar, which is here, the nav bar. Yeah, it says Windows security. Beautiful. At that point, though, we want it to have the actual styles. So, well, I guess it technically does. But we're gonna give this a class name of window title. And window title has a little bit of padding. That's too much. Padding top, half a rem. Padding left, half a rem. Cool. So the Windows security up here is good. And then on the right hand side, we want the buttons. So on the nav bar, we're gonna make it a flex box and justify content space between. So it'll put the title on the left and the buttons on the right. And then here we're gonna have the buttons. And then this is where we need the minimize button. Minus? We don't have one. Square? Space 20, square 24 regular. And then we want that X. Maybe close? Yeah, here, I'll let you all find it, because you're better at that than me. Exit, maybe? Close? Dismiss. Nice. Can you help me find the minimize? Oh, look at that. We've got some nice buttons. So that's cool. We'll have to like adjust the spacing and stuff. Honestly, we might want them a little bit smaller. So probably we're gonna bring in the 20s instead of the 24s. Yeah, like that. And then we want those buttons to be in the center of the button area. Is it called subtract? That seems too easy. So I want to make this a flex box. And then center everything. So justify content, center, and align items, center. Should be a little bit better. Minimize. Subtract? Yeah, that's it. Subtract 20 regular. Do 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 do. Is there a maximize? Oh, I see. Maximize 20 regular. That makes sense. what started as a speed run has just been me. Now we're just building a desktop app. Like, it's taken a lot more work to make this thing look actually good. That's fine though. And I love it, sister. All right, we need a little bit of spacing on the sidebar. So on the left sidebar, we are going to add a little bit of padding. So padding left, 1 rem. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, it's a little bit better. So now it's a little bit off the edge, probably like half a rem. Yeah, that's better. Now each of these tabs, like the icons are not lined up with the text. On hover, change the background of the icons. The first two is the same color of the sidebar left. The X is red. And see you later, Harasuna. We do need to actually implement the buttons. Right now, they don't do anything. There's no way to close it. All right, I've been working on this way too long, so here's what I'm going to do. We're going to finish the menu. We're going to get all of that stuff aligned, and then we're going to add some links on the right-hand side, and then I'm going to call it for there. But this app will be open source, so we can keep iterating on it. We can make it better. We can accept pull requests for like funny file names and stuff like that. We can make it better. This was a fun experiment though. We at least got all of this going, and so yeah. But yeah, let's clean up the styles over here and then get the links on the right. So I think what I need to do is I'm gonna wrap the icon and the text in a container so that I can center align it and left align it like this. So I'll give this a class of menu icon label, something like this. Yeah, I think honestly it's really just the theme of Coding Garden lately. Like nothing's quick anymore. Like honestly, because we had to use React. I mean, React didn't make it that much more complicated. I don't know. Okay, now we want this, and I think this is just going to be a flexbox. And we want vertical alignment. Is that align items? Center? Let's see what that does. Yeah, that did it. So now you can see that the text and the icon are actually in line. But we do want a little bit of spacing. Between the text and the icon. So I'm going to wrap this text in a span so that way we can target it. Okay, and then any span that is a child of the menu icon label should have a margin left of half a rem. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Is gap a better option with flex or just using padding? Am I using padding? Honestly, don't. I mean, I'm using padding in a couple of other places, but they're not necessarily the flex box. But this looks better. This looks way better. I don't like that it like center aligns it when it gets too small. That's what I want. like that. Looks like the icons are automatically getting bigger and smaller too. I appreciate that, Jules. Thank you for hanging out. Welcome in, InfoSec Scoops. Glad to see you. We're building a fake scanner. It has a bunch of funny file names. It's a desktop app. All right, let's get the rest of the icons. Get the links, and then we'll call it for that. Okay, person 24 regular, like that. And that, where does that go? Account protection? And then the firewall, what's that one? Wireless network? I have no idea what to search for. Hey, this is the app we built. I think we're doing pretty good. Like there's some small style adjustments we need to do, but look at this. We built it. We built a little app. Look at us. Like this one on the left is just a screenshot. Now it's just a matter of like cleaning up the styles and stuff. Okay. Any ideas what this firewall icon is? Antenna. Wi-Fi. Can't find it. Okay. Radio? We're gonna just do the Wi-Fi one. Is there nothing for network? Broadcast? Firewall. Device. Good enough. Good enough. All right, let's just add the we're gonna add these two. Have a question and who's protecting me. So that's gonna be on the right sidebar, which is here. And so we'll say, have a question, and then who is protecting me? I guess we can add the others. We got the time. Help improve Windows security. Windows 24 regular? What's that about? I'm going to stop there. I'm not going to add the rest. Thank you for that, Asp. Got all the content here. Okay. Okay. A span, get help? Who's protecting me? Manage providers. What's up, Williams? Welcome in. Help improve Windows security. Give us feedback. change your privacy settings. View and change your privacy settings for Windows 11 Pro device. And then below that, we have a list of links. And thank you for that, Asp. I appreciate that. That made it a whole lot easier. Got privacy settings. I don't know if he has Windows. So he uses virtual machines. I mean, honestly, I think the last time I watched it was probably Windows 10. I don't know if he's upgrading, or if he has upgraded. Okay, so we've got all the text. Now we need to style it. So let's see if their component library has like a link or something like that. Yeah, a link component. This is a link. Cool. Is it communication? Thank you. Thank you, Jimbra. Let's see. It's better. This is closer, but this isn't exactly it. But I'd rather have this than Wi-Fi. Thanks. He's using Windows 11 now? That's good. Good to know. Yeah, you can see the one that they have is like a stick with Wi-Fi signals on it. All right. We now need the link component, so we're going to pull in link. And get help will actually be a link. And then we'll wrap this text in a span too. See how that looks. Yeah, and then we can give this like a class of sidebar question. They're all questions, aren't they? Really, do I really want to add like a break statement there? Live 24 regular. That's closer. It's still not this. It's funny because it's like it's not exactly the same thing, but it is better. Cool. I'm happy with that. Select span, and then, yeah, there's probably a keyboard shortcut for what I'm trying to do there. So let's say I want to wrap this in a span. What do I use for static code analysis? I don't have any tools that I've used. A while back, a long time ago, I was working at a company doing C# and we used some static analysis tools. I don't even remember what those were. I don't have any tips. And Trill says, I'm getting really frustrated. Why are you getting frustrated with how I'm doing this? So what's the best way to wrap this in a span in VS Code? Like, my auto close tag is kicking in. Oh, you're getting mad that you can't find the icon? I see. Yeah, I guess there's got to be a better way, but and then this becomes a link. Okay, so let's style this. Now, I guess each one of these divs in the right sidebar, we want to have some spacing around it. I could give it a class, but I don't feel like it. So for each of the divs, I'm going to give it some margin top and bottom. Like, I don't know, 100 pixels top and bottom. That's too much. We'll do 50. That's closer. We're getting there. We're getting there. And then let's look at the text sizing. There's like a slight spacing here where it says get help. I don't think I'm going to worry about that, though. This honestly looks good enough. So let's just style the rest of them. So want the span there. Span there. Link there. Link there. Like that. 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 And then we do need the breaks here. I guess technically here's what I'll do. Let's remove the breaks and just make this an inline from a block level element. Did I not style that? Sidebar question. I guess I didn't style it. Cool. Look at us. It's not perfect, but it's close. And then that's not actually a link. That is just a span. We have that info class, don't we, with the gray color? Yeah. We need to set this to just be a span with the info class. Ooh. And then all of these will be a link. I appreciate that, board LOL. Yeah, I mean, I try to keep it entertaining. Like, I'm trying to explain what I'm doing as I go. Sometimes it's just too much, so I just write the code. But, you know. Select the span, Control D. Really? Ta-da! We kind of want the info class to have a little bit of margin around it. We finished it, I guess. I think it took me long enough. Let's just give this some tiny margin. 0.5 rem. 0, like that. Boom! We have a Windows app running on a Mac. And we can scan. I guess I kind of want a little bit of padding on the right sidebar too. Padding left, 1 rem. Yeah, so there's a little bit of spacing between the sidebar and the progress bar. Pretty good. Pretty good. Somebody mentioned the icons on the left, the back button and the home button. Those should be smaller. I think info needs to be display inline for margin to work. Yeah. The main title, yeah, you're right. That's too much. I'm making a fake antivirus. So we got rated by Kitboga earlier, and we got the idea to try and make a fake virus scan. If you watch the file scanner, we came up with a bunch. Well, we used ChatGPT to generate a bunch of funny file names. So there's like sillypickle.dll and happyfeet.exe and stuff like that. So it's like showing all these random file names. It's just for fun. It's not an actual scanner. It's just meant to fool people. So yeah. Yeah, I thank you, Asp. Thank you for your help earlier too. Let's fix the title and then call it quits. Right now we are using title 1. Maybe we want title 2. It honestly shouldn't be bold at all. Yeah, we don't want bold at all. Let's look at the typography section. Subtitle? Now it's too small. We kind of need it to be just the original sizing, and I mean, sort of the original text, and then we just change the size ourselves. Like we're just gonna add our own class here. Yeah, I think it's body by default. So yeah, we might do something like the title has a font size of 1.5 rem, something like that. Has it really been 2 hours? Where did the time go? What am I doing with my life? A little bit bigger, 2 rem. But yeah, but then it's only 25 minutes. What's up, Viola Labs? Welcome in. Yeah, we want to change the font weight too. I don't know if we have access to it, but let's try a font weight of 200. Yeah, that works. That works. Cool. And then let's add a little bit of margin bottom. Display block. Cool. Nice. Nice. I've literally never been spent 2 hours watching a coach stream. Well, thank you for hanging out. I do appreciate it. I try to keep things entertaining, but we did it. I'm going to call it there. I'm going to push this code to GitHub. We can work on it in the future. But this is fantastic. Honestly, we could use this as a basis for like making funny versions of other sections of the Windows settings, but we need to make these buttons work. We need to add more things on the left-hand side. There's like more stuff here that we could add. We could like align the icons and stuff. I think we're good. Yeah. I don't know of many JavaScript game frameworks. There's Pixie? Pixie.js is one. I don't, but specifically for casino games, I don't know. You're gonna especially need some kind of back-end server-side logic for that as well. But Pixie.js is one thing. Yeah. Pixie Phaser, that's the one I could think of. Phaser.js is another pretty popular one. It's used a lot for like platformers, like 2D games. But I don't know about like our casino games or anything like that. Right, I'm holding drills. What am I holding for? Here's the tricky part. Like, I actually, what I think what I want to do is I want to rip this out and put it into a Vite app because I think this is using like, uh, we can even look at the package.json. Is this using like Create React app or like it has like a custom webpack or something like that? You're at the letter T. I don't know what you're doing though. It's using Electron Builder. Yeah, there is like a webpack in there. Router? Oh, is it router? Is that one closer? Yeah, I watched a YouTube video yesterday of someone going through all of the popular game engines, and it does seem like Unity has everything. Like there, and you can target a lot of platforms for it. Like you can write a game with Unity that works on desktop, mobile, works like in the indie game store for like Xbox and stuff like that. Yeah, I write mostly JavaScript. Network. Godot is a nice one. Yeah. Network? Router? I guess that's a little bit better than because right now we have this one. Yeah, we'll switch to that one, and then I'm gonna call it there. I'll push the code up and share it if you all want to take a look at it. One equals one in JavaScript. Well, double equals because of type coercion. It's not there. Okay, yeah. I mean, we might have to pull in another icon library if we really specifically want that one. Yeah. So in JavaScript, if you use triple equals, then it won't do the type coercion. Listen though, is Windows settings this responsive? I mean, technically it's like broken at this point, but let me push this up to GitHub. No, I didn't implement those buttons, and I don't feel like it. So, Defender hides the sidebar. Yeah, we could add that kind of responsiveness too. What's up? It's by Thurio. Glad to see you. There we go. It's on GitHub if you want to check it out. I would say if you're gonna make PRs, I would limit it to just the React file. So in source renderer app.tsx, limit your changes to this because what I might actually do is pull all of the code from this into a separate starter project. Free antivirus, yeah. And it, like I said, it doesn't actually do anything. It just runs a scan with like fake file names and stuff like that. But yeah, you can check it out over there. Cool. So before we got rated, we were doing a Q&A. I think I'll answer like 2 more questions and then I gotta go because I've been live for almost 7 hours now. But yeah. 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 What about the README in the project? It has not been updated. Yeah, well, I have noise canceling on the mic, which is why you can't hear my keyboard anymore. Um, okay. Drill says, do I have an easy way to create documentation from an Express app? Honestly, not an easy way, but in the past, I've done it with JSDoc, and there's like a package for using JSDoc to document your endpoints and then pulling that into an OpenAPI spec. So it's not easy. There are some competitors to TRPC. So someone help me out if you know what I'm talking about. So TRPC specifically is for TypeScript apps, and like you don't even really have to be using Express to work with TRPC. But there's another one. It's called like Zodios or something like that, where it's like Zod and Axios. Maybe this is it. Yeah, so Zodios gives you this API builder, and then you can use Zod types to describe your endpoints. And then it generates the API, and it's based on Express. So you might look into this because like this is similar to TRPC in that like you're defining your endpoints with Zod validators, but I do believe it can work with a plain old Express app and can generate the docs for your Express app. Yeah. And JCOM, thank you very much for the 7 months. Welcome in. But in the past, I've used like Express Swagger, Swagger UI Express. This adds the Swagger UI to your Express app, but you also have to set up the documentation, and that's more of a manual process. Yeah, so I think in general, you should look for Swagger tools to use with Express. It's been a while since I did this. It was probably like 2 years ago when I documented an Express app with Swagger. But I combined it with, there's like JSDoc Swagger or something like that. Yeah, OpenAPI JSDoc. So basically, it was a JavaScript app. It wasn't TypeScript. So all of my endpoints, I would have this kind of comment on them. And then it could auto-generate all of the documentation to pass into Swagger. So these days with TypeScript, it should be easier to not have to do like JSDoc comments like this. Like I think Zodios is probably the answer. I just don't know exactly what it can do. So like the Zodios server, I guess the router is an Express app. And then they have like an OpenAPI builder, but I think that's the. Wait, you guys write documentation? I mean, typically you document like if some other developers are going to be consuming your API, that's typically the kind of documentation you might do. So I think the thing is with Zodios is you would have to basically reformat and rewrite your input. Did I already link that? Yeah, you would have to basically rewrite your Express app in this format. But once you've done that, you basically get Swagger documentation generated from it. I'll link you this as well. This is the other option: is you use JSDoc combined with Swagger, and then there's like Swagger Express. But basically, you want to be looking at Swagger and Open API. That's mainly what people use to document their APIs. You'd have to rewrite your whole app. Yeah, I mean, you could. It seems gradual enough. Like where basically you take the Express routers that you've defined and Express handlers, and then just like copy paste the code into these types of definitions. But yeah, and then I guess the other thing, well, TRPC doesn't generate documentation. It just generates, not generates. You get the router type. I'm curious if they have like an OpenAPI documentation generator. And Jimbo Baggins, thank you for the resources. Love your show. Appreciate that. You could look into this too, because I mean, especially like if your client app is TypeScript, then it might make a whole lot of sense to use TRPC. And then TRPC is like self-documenting because all of your endpoints have Zod schemas, which are like self-documenting. And then the return types of your queries get automatically typed with TypeScript, so that gets self-documented as well. So, yeah. Is TRPC hard to get started with? No, I mean, it's just as easy as you see on their homepage. Like, you literally define a router, you say what the route name is, and then you define what the data it will receive is, and you define how it should respond. And then your client side gets all of those types that flow through. You might take a look at Create T3 app, because if you just generate an app with this and choose TRPC, you can see how they set it up. Because obviously, this is for simple apps, like one little router. In a bigger app, you're going to potentially have like nested routers, and you want to have some like code sharing and code reuse. So if you look at how Create T3 app generates things, that could give you some ideas as well. Okay. Yeah, Asset Spark is asking. This is the last one I'm going to answer, and then I'm going to get out of here. It says, did I get my paint by sticker tweezers? I did. So, this is something we've been doing for fun, which is paint by sticker. There are various things, and then various stickers you use to paint the thing, but we started working on this, and as you can see, I'm not very good at placing the stickers. So I got a bunch of tweezers and like X-Acto knives and stuff that should help, because once we get in here, these are going to be like super tiny stickers. So it's gonna be pretty hard, but I did. So next time we're looking for a leisurely activity, we can use the tweezers. Cool. All right. Thank you for your question, Asset Spark. Thank you for all of the questions today, and huge thanks to Kip Boga for the raid. Thank you to all the raiders that are still here. I appreciate you. That would try means that, yeah, I think it's a bit of a meditative exercise, right? Like, it takes time. Is TRPC easy to combine with Prisma? Yeah. So honestly, if you're using like React or Next.js, look at T3 app, because it combines all of those. Prisma, TRPC, what's the other thing? I guess that's it. But also, so if you look in the Prisma ecosystem, that's the other thing. Honestly, I think I'm about to blow your mind, Drills, because there's a Prisma TRPC CRUD generator. You literally, there's also, I think, like Prisma TRPC. You literally add the plugin, and then it generates TRPC resolvers for all of your tables. So it automatically adds the queries, the validators, literally you just add the plugin, and now all of a sudden you have TRPC handlers for creating, updating, deleting. Yeah. So I don't know which is the best one to use, but if you just search for Prisma TRPC, you can probably find quite a few of them. Yeah, I mean, this one has 3 stars, but is it this one? Yeah, 430 stars. Yeah, there might be a few others, but this really brings it all together. It's almost like automatic API generation for any of your you just give it the database model and you get automatic API creation with TypeScript types and everything else too. Okay. Let's get out of here. Thank you everybody for watching. Definitely check the schedule. I'll be live again on Friday. We're going to be working on an app called Listed. Yeah, I agree with that, Jaicom. I think that's what's really cool about I think the whole Prisma ecosystem is your Prisma schema becomes the one source of truth, and then everything else is based off of that. So your validators, your API endpoints, your ERD diagrams, all of that stuff can just all have one single source of truth. And thank you, Psycho. Appreciate that. So yeah, check the schedule. I'll be live on Friday. So I'll see you then. And if you're a supporter, definitely join the Discord. I'm going to try to do a supporters only stream tomorrow. So you join the Discord in the... Oh, that's the microphone. In the supporters only channel, I'll post a link to the stream tomorrow that I'm going to do. And I have a YouTube channel, so definitely go follow me over on YouTube. Follow me on Twitter. If you want go live notifications or weekly updates, subscribe to my mailing list. Let's get out of here. Let's do a raid. If you are sub, you can use this raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. You're also welcome to come up with your own raid message. And yeah, so the next Q&A stream will probably be like 2 weeks from now. But 2 weeks from now, we'll do another big long string where I answer as many questions as possible. Okay, let's get out of here. Thank you everybody for watching. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.